far as I can tell, everyone from the Economic Liberties team is still standing, so success. And we've barely crossed the 1 p.m. mark. I'm Morgan Harper. I'm Director of Policy and Advocacy at Economic Liberties. I know many of you, but exciting to see a lot of new faces too. We actually had over 500 people register for this year's summit. So those in the room, consider yourselves lucky. You got a chair, you're comfortable. But we're going to have a lot of folks that are joining us online as well. We had over 10,000 join last year online and expect similar, if not higher numbers this year. And so the other main update I would say is it's a day and a half. Hopefully you already know that. We're starting today. We'll go till 5, but then we have all of tomorrow. This was not my personal decision as your friendly MC. This was popular demand from all of you that wanted more content from the Anti-Monopoly Summit. And if there's one thing that Economic Liberties does, we make dreams come true. So you're welcome. As we know, a lot has changed since our last summit, though. And that's why we did decide to move from May to September to get a sense of how this landscape was going to be impacting all of our issues. And we know that things have changed a lot. But despite these shifts, the momentum for taking on corporate power continues to grow. And so for those of you who have attended before, you know we do pack in a lot of great speakers and content. And with this additional day, we're also hoping we have more time, though I was already mentioning some people. I'm not sure with the more time, with the extra day, we added more content. But the intention, at least, is that you have more time to connect with each other, build relationships. We have a lot of great folks in the room, business owners, entrepreneurs, academics, investors, and advocates. So make sure to introduce yourself to someone, get to know each other. This is how we win, building these connections. So before we kick off the official program, I'll just run through all the housekeeping. So pay attention. This is the best part. This is why I went to law school. I might have made that joke before, but okay, there's a Wi-Fi network. It's Weston_conference, and the password is AMS 2025. Everyone got it? If you forget it, ask someone that looks like they work at Economic Liberties later, and they'll tell you. We're doing the hashtag again this year. There was some debate. Gen Z wanted us to let go of the hashtags. But this is elder millennials' time. And so AMS 2025 is the hashtag for the 3rd annual Anti-Monopoly Summit. Let's go. We do, in all seriousness, though, hope that you will consider this debate, live discussion. We do not all agree with each other now, and hopefully we are, in some ways, even more confused by the end of this event in terms of the types of thinking and new ideas that have come to mind. So please do take us up on that and be open with how you're agreeing or disagreeing with what you're hearing. We do have books and lots of Economic Liberties reports outside. Those are all free. Feel free to take one. Coffee service throughout the day, that's in the back, and water as well. The sessions will be live streamed. So hello again to everyone who's watching online, and we're happy that you're joining too. And we have lots of press in the audience. They're wearing red name tags. Everyone has a name tag on because that's also important for this year, making sure you wear your name tag at all times, just trying to keep everything in good order with security and such. So with that, review of what's to come. So as I mentioned, today is the half day until 5 p.m. All of the sessions will be in this room, and so you don't have to think about breakout here. We're all going to be in this room together for the keynotes, the main stage panels, and preview. Before we wrap, we are going to have the award of 2 Economic Liberty Awards, 2 of our rock stars in the anti-monopoly movement, and we'll be hearing from them. So please do stick around for that. If that's not enough of a motivation for you, we will also have a free happy hour at 5 p.m. But I recommend staying for the speeches. So turn off the sound on your phone, but like I said, continue to engage. And welcome. Again, it's a busy time of year. We really appreciate you all taking the time and coming and engaging with us. So thank you. With that, I will turn it to our Executive Director, Nidhi Hegde, for some opening remarks. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Morgan. So great to have her back as our cruise director. Thank you all for joining us for the 3rd Anti-Monopoly Summit. In 1914, Louis Brandeis wrote, "The longing for freedom is ineradicable. It will express itself in protest against servitude and inaction unless the striving for freedom be made to seem immoral." Over 100 years ago, Louis Brandeis was identifying a pattern that will likely sound familiar to many of us in this fall of 2025. When threatened with losing their stranglehold over the economy, monopolists and their enablers will do whatever they can to paint those striving for their freedoms as unpatriotic or radical. Last year, the anti-monopoly movement made history when Judge Mehta declared Google a monopolist, finally recognizing the immense harm of its grip on internet search. But just weeks ago, that same judge, an Obama appointee, said DOJ had overreached. In calling for a breakup, and worse, he let Google off with barely any consequence, failing in his duty. At a White House dinner, President Trump congratulated Google CEO Sundar Pichai on having a good day in court. So today, the fight for our economic liberties is not just urgent, it's existential. We have to press forward with unshakable resolve. For the last 2 years, the Anti-Monopoly Summit has largely been a celebratory affair. We've cheered enforcers' progress and wins, and a movement that's grown with incredible speed. And if you've been here before, you may remember our opening hype reel. It's really a lot of fun. But we're in a different moment now, one that reminds us why we started the Anti-Monopoly Summit in the first place. Oops. This summit was never supposed to be about gathering policy wonks to debate technical statutes. To be honest, I wouldn't go for such a conference. We wanted to use this convening as a mechanism to accelerate the building of a powerful coalition. Business owners, workers, consumers, advocates, everyday people fighting for economic liberty, connected and organized to win real change. It's why pharmacists and farmers, tech workers and Amazon sellers and musicians have each shown up every year, and why new faces from every walk of life join us now, from dentists and veterinarians to firefighters and event venue owners. Against the odds, this movement continues to grow. And we don't do it with money from Wall Street or Silicon Valley, but in spite of the hundreds of millions of dollars they throw around to get lawmakers and presidents to look the other way. This is because, as Brandeis noted, Americans, really all people, long for freedom, and more are rising up to protest the dominance of concentrated private power. So this year's Anti-Monopoly Summit doubles down on centering people. The people who know markets best are the ones living and working in them every day. Yes, our panels will bring together regulators, enforcers, and policymakers again, but they will sit alongside business people and workers from our expanding coalition. Their voices, their stories, their expertise will drive the conversation, just as they should drive our policymaking. And we're thrilled to welcome a growing chorus of elected officials who already understand this. Leaders like Congressman Josh Riley, who intervened in the New York State electric and gas rate case on behalf of constituents struggling with unjust electric bills. Or Congressman Pat Ryan, who exposed shocking data in Optum-owned medical practices and demanded a federal investigation. The public servants we feature in panels and keynotes over the next 2 days are using their positions assertively and creatively to fight for economic liberty however they can, not just talking about it. And speaking of action-oriented anti-monopoly policymaking, we could not have a better model in the incredible tenure and leadership of former Federal Trade Commission Chair Lina Khan, whom I have the honor of welcoming to kick off this year's summit. In just 3 years as FTC chair, Lina Khan raised the bar for public service. She blocked mergers that would have jacked up grocery prices and challenged improper pharma patent listings, bringing down the price of inhalers. She launched landmark cases against Meta, Amazon, and pharmacy middlemen. She used every tool at her disposal, proposing rules to ban abusive non-compete clauses, cracking down on deceptive subscription traps, and hidden junk fees. Under her leadership, the FTC threw open its doors, allowing ordinary Americans to directly bring their concerns to enforcers. She got out of DC, held town halls with small business owners, and walked picket lines with workers. Even though she had very limited time, Lina Khan brought the FTC back to life, ending decades of paralysis and setting a bold new standard for action. That legacy matters. Lina Khan delivered a masterclass in standing up to bullies. Her leadership and integrity are celebrated and frankly missed by ordinary Americans who watched her fight for them every day, even as elite voices grumbled that she denied them access and control. 8 months after leaving office, Jim Cramer and the Wall Street Journal editorial board are still obsessed with her. That should tell you something. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the person who reshaped the fight for economic liberty, the leader of our movement, former FTC chair, Lina Khan.
Thank you so much, everybody. Good afternoon. It's so wonderful to be here and to get to see so many familiar faces in the audience. Thanks so much to NITI and Economic Liberties, to all of our partners across labor and trade professionals, and all of the key sponsors who help make today possible. It definitely feels like a very needed moment for us to all be able to come together. For decades, America has operated with two sets of rules. One set of rules is for ordinary people, where a shoplifting charge can upend your life. And another set of rules is reserved for the rich and powerful, where even schemes that devastate and prey on millions of people can mean a slap on the wrist, and that's if there's any cost at all. That double standard has led to a slow-rolling crisis of elite impunity in America today. As ordinary Americans have fallen further and further behind, it's part of the reason why trust in government and faith in the value of American democracy is corroding. At its core, anti-monopoly is a governing philosophy. It views concentrations of power as a threat to freedom, recognizing that tyranny comes in many guises. And it recognizes that securing democratic checks against concentrated power is vital for securing real freedom for people, freedom from the arbitrary exercise of coercive power, as well as the freedom to build a life of one's choosing. The rule of law is supposed to be a key bulwark, but when the law stops applying to the powerful, it stops protecting everybody else. For the vast majority of recent decades, politicians from both parties have let powerful elites not only skirt the rules that govern our economy, but shape them for their own benefit, fueling grotesque levels of economic inequality and understandable cynicism about whether our system of government can actually work for ordinary people. Deregulation under Presidents Carter and Reagan dismantled protections that had kept corporate power in check and workers' rights strong. Clinton and Bush-era policies put the enrichment of Wall Street at the heart of America's economic project. And when that policy choice left the global economy on the brink of collapse and millions of Americans on the brink of financial ruin, the Obama administration did not fully hold those responsible to account. Instead, their power over our economy and our democracy grew more and more extreme. The end of that administration marked an important inflection point. Growing concern about the extraordinary power of Silicon Valley tech giants and a recognition that a lack of competition was holding our economy back helped spur a major rethinking. Standing here today, we can reflect on how that recognition set off a chain reaction that led to the reinvigoration of our antitrust laws, some of our most vital tools for securing markets that are free and fair. There's no question that reinvigorating the antitrust laws and enforcing them without fear or favor was a blow to the culture of elite impunity. And antitrust enforcers were not alone in our belief that lawbreakers should be held to account, even if they're powerful and well-connected. The FTC and our partners at the DOJ, along with colleagues at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the National Labor Relations Board, the Department of Labor, the Department of Transportation, and the United States Trade Representative, sought to turn the page on a playbook that often viewed dominant corporations as partners in governing rather than any other actor worth hearing out but still holding to account. Today, we are in a very different moment. The Trump administration has embraced a flagrant culture of elite impunity, unlike anything seen in recent history. In January, the richest CEOs from Silicon Valley flanked President Trump at his inauguration. And just a few weeks ago, many of those same CEOs came back for a lavish dinner at the White House to pay tribute to a president who has made clear his governing philosophy can best be characterized as open to the highest bidder. This cronyism is coupled with a zeal for strong-arming private actors into submission. Some of the most powerful firms in America have paid out tens of millions of dollars to the president and his family, be it through settling frivolous lawsuits, offering pro bono hours, or handing out movie deals. Others have caved to blatantly illegal executive orders or agreed to silence the president's political opponents. Government investigations have been repurposed to advance political grievances and pursue the very cancel culture style tactics that this administration once decried. As Paramount now seeks to buy Warner, the owner of CNN, who knows what this administration will demand? And we know, thanks to the courage of Roger Alford, who will be speaking later today, that beneath all of this lies an enormous grift, with law enforcement not just tainted through political weaponization, but actively corrupted through naked pay-to-play. Despite its populist rhetoric, this administration's daily actions are engineering a massive upwards wealth transfer. Just this month, the Trump FTC dropped our ban on non-competes, which would have freed millions of workers from coercive contracts and returned hundreds of billions of dollars to them. It has reversed settlements with law-breaking financial firms, allowing them to keep the money they had stolen from people and already agreed to pay back. It repealed a rule capping overdraft fees, and its signature legislation, it threw people off their health care in order to give enormous tax breaks to the wealthiest people in human history. At various points in the past, some have argued for accommodating or pacifying corporate powerful interests on the assumption that powerful executives are best positioned to resist and speak out against a coercive government misusing its power. Centralized private power, the theory goes, is best positioned to combat abuse by powerful governments. As we watch the vast majority of these private actors choose profit over principle, I hope we can put this theory to rest. Indeed, history has shown time and time again that extreme concentrations of private power are more likely to aid and facilitate, rather than protest or resist, the rise of authoritarian power. And I can't help but wonder the ways that today's state of affairs would look if we actually had an economy where decision-making power was more dispersed and less centralized. Meanwhile, as the wealthiest men on the planet dine with the president in a gilded ballroom, American families are paying even more to put food on the table. Just this month, we learned that fewer Americans own a home than at any point in the last decade. Millions of Americans are going to see their health insurance premiums jump at the highest rate in 15 years. And countless Americans are seeing their electricity bills soar by hundreds of %, thanks in part to the voracious AI centers now guzzling up energy across this country. The moment feels grim, and what it will look like to actually come out of this moment is anybody's guess. But what is clear is the work that you all have been doing day after day for all of these years is more needed now than ever. The precise playbook and specific fights are going to look different, but it's going to require, at its core, renewing anti-monopoly principles for the new challenges that we face. One of the unique and uniquely valuable traits of this group is its deep sense of curiosity and its dogged focus on reality. The astounding progress of the last few years traces back directly to the rigorous work done by countless people in this room, digging through spreadsheets, deciphering contracts, interviewing hundreds of market participants, and trying to figure out the mechanics of why our markets feel so broken. This work builds rigor and expertise, grounded in the substantive reality of how stuff actually works, and it has also helped build a movement spanning reporters, researchers, advocates, state and local and federal policymakers, and the consumers and workers and business people navigating these markets day to day across all types of trades and professions, from pharmacists to firefighters, and all across the country. In fact, even as the federal government backslides, states are stepping up and securing real wins for a more fair and honest economy. This year alone, we saw Virginia become the 5th state to ban hidden junk fees, requiring companies to show the full price upfront so families aren't ambushed at checkout. Cities from San Francisco to Minneapolis to Philadelphia have banned the use of algorithms to set and raise rent. Oregon is keeping corporate influence out of healthcare, putting control back in the hands of local providers, not private equity firms. Arkansas moved to rein in pharmacy benefit managers by effectively breaking them up, protecting independent pharmacies that too often get squeezed out by these corporate middlemen. And Wyoming has banned almost all non-competes, freeing thousands of workers from these coercive contracts. So we've seen that it is possible to fight back against elite impunity and win. And we've seen that when government acts with courage, it can not only put money back in workers' pockets, stop abusive practices, but hold even the most powerful corporations to account. Our challenge now is to broaden and scale this effort, to make it resilient in the face of backlash and strong enough to tackle both new and old challenges across our economy. Consolidation will likely be turbocharged these coming years as unchecked monopolization and lax merger enforcement spurs a buying spree across corporate America. Across sectors, we already see business models that are built not to create value, but to extract it, with the result being that quality everywhere seems to be getting worse, even as things keep getting more expensive. Surveillance as a business model continues to erode people's rights, as artists and creators watch their work get swallowed up by AI models that lessen its value. And as commentators wonder about the prospect of an economic crash or an AI bubble popping, a brutal aftermath could mean that working people get left holding the bag. Anti-monopoly has always been about more than antitrust. And now, more than ever, we need to be sharpening our tools across domains to make sure that we are ready for this next era's fights. And there is no group of people with whom I'd rather be working towards that sure end than you all. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, I know anyone who's worked in government, and especially if you've led an agency, you know how much work it is. And I don't think anyone would begrudge former Chair Khan from taking a beat and relax and maybe getting out of the fight. But we are certainly all very grateful that you continue to lead and be outspoken and appreciate all that you do every day. Thank you. So for those who don't know, in February, Economic Liberties launched a new initiative called Break Up Big Medicine to focus on one of the core policy problems that we see in the U.S. healthcare system, conflicts of interest among consolidated giants. And we've been lucky to have a few fellows join us at Economic Liberties and educate us about their own piece of that U.S. healthcare ecosystem. And I'm honored to introduce one of them, Benjamin Jolly, to bring on our first panel. Benjamin is an independent pharmacist practicing at his family's pharmacy in Salt Lake City, Utah. He's assisted over 1,000 pharmacists and owner-operators nationwide to understand the deliberately complex pharmacy industry. And somehow he still finds time to occasionally write a blog entitled Ramblings, I'm a Pharmacist, covering the intersection of pharmacy practice and antitrust. Benjamin, I'd love to bring you up to introduce our next fireside chat. Thanks.
Thank you, Morgan. I'm Benjamin Jolly. I am a pharmacist. I work at the pharmacy my grandpa started 71 years ago, making sure that people have access to medicines that they need to live to cure their diseases and get access through a caring pharmacist in their community is deeply important to me. Several years ago, I realized that achieving that goal would require the breakup of big medicine's control over the pharmacy industry in particular, and more broadly, the entire healthcare system. It's a goal that our panelists in today's first fireside chat understand well, and I'm honored to introduce them. First, David Dayen is the editor-in-chief at the American Prospect, and he's the co-host of the Organized Money podcast. In 2017, David wrote a piece on pharmacy benefit managers that I read while I was in pharmacy school. And to me, this felt like the first time that anyone outside of the pharmacy industry press acknowledged the problems of pharmacy benefit managers and their control over drug formularies, pharmacy networks, and their vertical integration with mail-order pharmacies, including specialty pharmacies. This immediately made me a huge fan of David's work, and I've been pleased to read his other work since. Next, I invite Dr. Alex Aushmiansky, the CEO and co-founder of Cost Plus Drugs, to come to the stage. Cost Plus Drugs is a company whose transparent pricing model is actively putting the lie to the supposed benefits of the enormous Fortune 10 companies that are at the center of the pharmacy industry, both the traditional pharmacy benefit managers and the largest pharmaceutical wholesalers, whose control of drug acquisition prices forms the mortar to the PBM pestle that crushes small business pharmacies. Please welcome me in joining, please join me in welcoming David Dane and Dr. Alex to the stage.
Thank you. So, Nidhi was saying before, but one of the things I love about this conference is, as important as it is to have panels entirely composed of people with a Substack, we have, folks who are really actually doing the work in the real world and really trying to take on corporate power. So my first question, Alex, is, tell me about the origins of this business and why you wanted to take on the pharmaceutical supply chain in particular, because you were a doctor, right? You're a radiologist. Tell me why, what are the origins of this?
Oh, sure. So, I sort of consider myself the George Costanza of kind of the pharma industry, not just the hair, but just a generally cranky person. And do you guys remember this character, Martin Shkreli, the pharma bro? Yeah, actually it was 10 years ago this month that all this started. So for those of you who don't remember, he was a young hedge fund manager who bought the rights to a generic drug off patent, but there was only one manufacturer that made it, and he raised the price of that drug from, I think it was like $10 a tablet to like $700 a tablet. Even $10 is kind of outrageous, but is what it is. He had sort of a, histrionic, antisocial personality. Don't know how to describe it, but he kind of reveled in being the bad guy, and he became the social media kind of villain of the week. I got mad at it, like a lot of people, and decided with all due naivete, got together with some infectious disease doctor friends of mine, and we're like, we're going to start our own pharmaceutical company. We're going to make the
late night session. Just
yeah. We're going to do it.
Do it, man.
Yeah.
Take them on.
And we did it.
And then you cold pitched Mark Cuban. Are you aware he had a television show where you could just pitch him?
Yeah, this ain't getting on TV. That's not going to happen.
But tell me about that. I mean, you literally just emailed him, right?
Yeah, just kind of on a whim. Worst you could say is no or ignore. Right. And mcuban@gmail.com. Seriously,
we are
my
doxing
party
here
trick is
today.
he is so manic on email. If you email him now and say, Alex sounds like an idiot, he will respond before the end of this and be like, yeah, that tracks.
So the selling point, I think, of Cost Plus Drugs is really transparency, right? And is that the core problem in this market that you see, and how do you try to overturn that?
Yeah, it's really easy to get lost in kind of the weeds, and there are these specialty pharmacies and group purchasing organizations and virtual manufacturers in the Caribbean. And at the end of the day, the problem is, I try to avoid getting stuck too much in that, because the problem is really simple. There's a cartel of companies that buy all the drugs in America. They're a double-sided monopoly, a monopsony. They have complete purchasing power over all the drugs. They have complete selling power over all the drugs. So they can command an extremely low price for the drugs. Trump put out his MFN or EO for MFN pricing. My conspiracy theory is we're already getting MFN pricing in the United States through the big purchasing conglomerates. They're just allowed to mark up the cost as much as they want on the other side. So a lot of the scams are basically pulled off with this model where there's an artificial fake high list price. There's a real price somewhere underneath, and it's the job of the intermediary companies to arbitrage the delta as much as they possibly can. And yeah, basically our analytics show it roughly on average doubles the cost of the drugs before they get sold on. And yeah, there's this famous Rand Corporation statistic that the average price of pharmaceuticals in the US is 2.56 times more than any other comparable nation. And we're really the only nation which allows PBMs to operate at any scale. I don't think the two are unrelated.
So what you do is you purchase direct. I mean, this is part of the business. You have several sides to the business, but you purchase direct from a manufacturer. You add a markup. You add a filling fee. You add some inner shipping because it's a mail order thing, and then you just publish the price, and anybody can take a look at it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I think we're still the only company in healthcare that does that. Correct me if I'm wrong, preferably after the talk. But yeah, you can go to our website and you can see the actual price we purchased the pharmaceuticals at. Right. And there has been study after study, academic studies, private consultancies that show that with that model of just revealing the price you purchase it at, it saves approximately 50 to 60% on overall generic drug spend.
Right. And I did this for drugs that I take because I'm a very sick man. And I looked on your website. I had two prescriptions that I take. One of them was $13 and the other was something like $20 for a several month supply, which is great and much lower than what I would buy if I was just going to the counter by myself. But it is less than it is a little bit more than my copay. And so to me, this is really about getting people who are underinsured or uninsured the ability to access these medications, and then to take this sort of guesswork out of it in terms of, well, if I'm only paying a small copay, where's the rest of that money going? How am I paying for it eventually?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the group of people we help most now. Every day we get, and this is what we do it all for, we get countless messages from people who are saying, I have a high deductible plan, and I was going to have to pay, $3,000 a month for my chemotherapy until I hit my deductible. And I don't have $3,000. We get letters, I was skipping meals. I thought I'd have to sell my house to afford this medication. I just thought I was going to die because I couldn't I don't have $3,000. And if you look on our website, for a lot of these drugs, our cost is $30.
Right.
So, in my mind, this is just criminal.
Right.
Like, if you are causing people to suffer this severely over a $30 medication, I mean, that's nuts. But more broadly, I think there was a study done that said, compared to like a $10, $15, people with like a reasonable copayment or deductible were still cheaper 10 to 15% at a time.
Right.
Which, okay, that doesn't sound like a lot, but isn't that crazy on its face?
Right.
You're in a membership club, effectively, where they say if you pay us $400 a month, we'll get you a discount.
Right.
And that doesn't always work out.
Right.
And, what we're trying to do in the background, and Mark Cuban takes the lead on a lot of this directly, is negotiate with Fortune 500 companies and say, look at our pricing model, because you are paying twice what you should.
Because a lot of those companies are self-insured, essentially.
Yeah.
They're paying for the health insurance on their own. So
yeah, that's exactly
savings would accrue to them.
Yeah, both large self-insured employers as well as regional health plans as well. A lot of them view themselves as having to pay a tax to the big national plans, effectively for access to pharmaceutical pricing.
Right. Now, how many medications are on the site currently?
So it depends how you count it. It's about 2,000 or to 2,500 unique molecules. So we pretty much cover every generic medication at this point.
And that's one thing that's interesting here, because how have PBMs reacted to what you're doing?
Yeah, they've effectively tried to block us out of the market for brand drugs.
Imagine that.
Funny story.
Yeah.
So when we initially started, even with generics, we built out our own manufacturing in part with the mindset that no company would be willing to work with us. We didn't think even the generic companies would. And we found one product, albendazole. We still can't say the name of the company that partnered with us on that. They prefer not to. But we private labeled it. We put our own company branding on it. And came out, it was one of these ultra high cost specialty generics that's, like, I think it was like $500 for 2 pills through your conventional insurance and closer to $13 for those same 2 pills from us. A full course of treatment for that particular drug was 2 pills. But yeah, and that wound up being a big success. So we got 3 other big generic companies to sell 100 products through us. And that's what really blew up Cost Plus Drugs. But, and they were facing, and they told us they got calls, they got pulled into rooms by the big wholesalers saying, if you do business with Cost Plus, we're going to pull you from our formularies. And God bless those guys. They stuck by us. They kind of said, you're a paper tiger. You need us more than we need you. And now we do business with pretty much every major generic manufacturer. The top 40 manufacturers, I think we do business with like 38 of them.
It's very interesting that every incumbent in this market said, don't work with them.
Yeah. And now the same thing is happening, though, with the major PBMs and branded pharmaceutical companies. Mm-hmm. Basically, we're told behind closed doors that the PBMs are threatening us that if you do business with Cost Plus, we will pull your products from our formulary positioning. And thus, we're not able to get access to the branded.
The formulary, to be clear, is the list of drugs that they will insure.
Yeah.
So if you're on a plan that uses a PBM like Caremark, CVS or whatever, and they say you're not on the formulary, then you're on your own.
Yeah, I think Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk both have their own GLP-1 drug. Right. So CVS, one of the big PBMs may say, "Oh, Lilly, that's a nice GLP-1 you have. A shame if nobody would buy it. We can just go to Novo. You did business with Cost Plus. Sorry about that."
It's very gangster. And the whole, it's interesting that you say the wholesalers play a role in this too, because that is also, PBMs are a very concentrated market, 3 companies, maybe 85% of the pharmaceutical transactions, but wholesalers also a very concentrated market, and how do they contribute to these problems in the supply chain?
Oh yeah. So forgive me, this starts to get more into weeds, so bear with me. But
this is a weedy audience, I think.
All right, Substacks, I love it. They have this concept of generic compliancy ratios. Mm-hmm. So they basically say, unless you do 90% of your business with us, we won't allow you. We won't allow you access to branded pharmaceuticals. So the big wholesalers typically make most of their margin on generic drugs. They mark them up a substantial amount, generally double the cost. And they say, independent pharmacy, if you don't purchase your generics through us, we won't give you access to the brand name drugs. And because they dominate the market, generally they're the only ones with access to the brand name drugs. Mm-hmm. So we actually have a part of our company, Cost Plus Marketplace, which is a wholesaler to enable other smaller pharmacies to get access to the same drugs we have at our exact same price, right, or as close to it as we can get. What pharmacies tell us is, we'd like to purchase more from you. It's at a lower cost. But if we do, we run against these generic compliance ratios.
It seems to be the same thing over and over again here. We're not allowed to do this.
Because they're the exclusive holders of these branded drugs, they can set the list price, which then gets rebated down. Right. So without this sort of monopoly of wholesalers, which set this arbitrarily high list price, this so-called WAC, wholesale acquisition cost price, the PBMs wouldn't be able to play this arbitrage game. So they kind of work hand in hand and have joint ventures together. So it's all incestuous.
So you have a pharmacy business, you have a wholesaler business, and there was talk of a manufacturing business, right? You were planning on a sterile injectable plant, I think?
And that is up and running.
It's up and running.
Yeah, we got audited by the FDA that last fall, and we passed. That was intense, 2 weeks. Oof.
And that is to deal with, some of these are drugs that go to hospitals primarily, right?
So working very much on issues of pharmaceutical drug shortages.
Yeah.
So the wholesalers as well, because they're a double-sided monopoly, they create a very brittle supply chain. Because let's say there are 14 manufacturers that can make a drug, there's only 3 wholesalers. So if you don't get one of those contracts, there's no point staying in business. So you wind up with this situation where something will break on one of the 3 winners' lines. Suddenly, a third of the market supply goes away. The price of the drug spikes, and then sort of the cycle occurs where the other 14 players suddenly or 11 players realize, hey, we can go back in, the price is high again, price goes down, and the cycle repeats. And what we're trying to do is basically, sorry, I'm talking fast because I see that we have 59 seconds left.
It's all right.
But we try to come in at that sort of peak price and say, hey, we've developed these robotic AI-driven technologies that can pivot from making one drug type to another very rapidly. In principle, within 4 hours. We use a combination of technologies, gloveless isolators with internal robotic components that are periodically sterilized by vaporized hydrogen peroxide, single-use disposable flow paths we can swap in and out, machine vision systems. And basically, if lidocaine is in shortage today, we can make that. If potassium chloride is in shortage tomorrow, we can make that. And we recently got a grant from the Department of Defense to expand this capacity. Because right now, the large majority of U.S. pharmaceuticals, especially the active ingredients, are generally made in China, which is a geostrategic vulnerability along the lines of rare earth minerals. So we've got a lot going on.
But again, I mean, that's a situation where the hospitals have to be able and willing to take those drugs, and there are group purchasing organizations that also restrict what kinds of products can be purchased by a hospital. So that's,
and even the Department of Defense itself, they are sponsoring us to make drugs for them, and they have a prime vendor agreement with one of the big wholesalers that's blocking us from selling drugs at a lower cost to the VA.
All right. So, and we're at 000s, but I got one more question. You're working through the marketplace, providing a product that is of lower cost and obviously the quality in terms of what you're being able to do in the manufacturing. But you're running up against these barriers over and over and over again. So we're seeing interventions, Lena mentioned it, at the state level, at the local level, on PBMs, on other parts of this market. What kind of reforms are needed so that you can run a business and in a way that you're not constantly running into these hurdles from the incumbents?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, one, true transparency would be great, true net cost transparency, but that's so hard to get at between all of these sort of shell organizations. Like if the PBM owns a virtual manufacturer that it buys from after, buys a drug at $300, marks it up to $1,300, puts its own label on it at a manufacturer. But ultimately, if we can strip away control of the formulary from the pharmacy benefit managers, because right now they get to pick. The nation of Lithuania, with 3 million people, gets considerably better pharmaceutical pricing than we do. Our negotiators, the big PBMs, each negotiate on behalf of 100 million people, and our costs are 2.5 times higher. Right. Either our negotiators are terrible at their job, right, or they're not acting in our best interest. And obviously, from my tone, you can kind of tell where I land on that. Well, but if we can strip away their negotiating leverage from that and move that on to state or other actors, I think we'd be in a much better position.
Great. Well, Dr. Alice Oshmiansky, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you for your time. Thanks.
All right. There we go. Okay. It's like, I'm not hearing myself. Well, thank you to Dr. Alex and David for that conversation. I think it is a weedy audience, but if you are new to the concept of a pharmacy benefit manager, it's not just you, as I hope you took away from that conversation. It doesn't make any sense, and we can do better. So hopefully we see movement at the federal, state, local level, but especially the state in taking over some of the roles that we've seen the healthcare giants extract from us over time. We're going to reset the stage a little bit, and in the meantime, I also wanted to give a special shout out to a VIP we have in the audience, if I may, Becca Slaughter, FTC Commissioner. If you wouldn't stand up, round of applause. Talking about people on the front lines, we appreciate all you're doing. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here and continuing to do all we can. So, great. All right. Well, our next discussion, I think we have all of the panelists here, so I am going to go ahead. We're going to take an even more expansive look at big medicine, the role of conglomerates, private equity, and how they are increasingly controlling the U.S. healthcare system and acquiring medical practices, and really determining how patients are even receiving care. We've got a great group of experts to explain the stakes of this phenomenon and what we can do to stop it, even more importantly. Our moderator, recently returned economic liberties refugee, Olivia Kosloff. I'm joking because she used to be with us in the early days and then she recently came back. So she's now a senior fellow at Economic Liberties. Welcome back to the jungle. And the writer of Acute Condition, which is a newsletter that she puts out, keeping with the Substack tradition. And she was formerly editorial lead for bio and healthcare at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz. Thank you, Olivia. She will be joined by Congressman Pat Ryan, representing New York's 18th District, Jonathan Cantor, some of you have probably heard of him, Leslie Frayne, and Dr. Adrienne Towson. Thank you, panel. We'll get the chairs sorted and they'll all come up.
Okay, well, while we're getting all settled, I can start with introductions. We're very excited to be talking about healthcare. The title of our panel is Putting Health Professionals and Patients Back in the Driver's Seat. So I think we're going to start kind of depressing, but I'm hoping that we end on kind of a more optimistic note about what we can do looking to the future. So in order of seating, Jonathan Cantor, like Morgan said, I think you all know him, but he was the Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice from 2021 to 2024. Under his tenure, the DOJ won its first conviction in a criminal monopolization suit in 4 decades. And he also worked with Chairwoman Lena Khan of the FTC, who you also know, on federal merger guideline reform. We also have Dr. Adrienne Towson. She is an orthopedic surgeon based in Chester County, Pennsylvania. She previously worked at a practice that was acquired by private equity, and so she will be telling us about that experience from the physician's perspective. We have Leslie Frayne. She is an executive vice president of the Service Employees International Union, representing over 2 million members, 1 million of those in the healthcare industry. She brings decades of experience in strategy to lead the union's work on healthcare organizing, advocacy, and policy. And then last but not least, we have Congressman Pat Ryan, representing the 18th District of New York State. He has focused on issues of concentrated power in healthcare, including launching an investigation into United Health Group's acquisition of physician practices in his district. So, like I said, we're going to start on kind of a depressing note. Dr. Towson, you worked at a physician practice, you helped build it, you were there for 19 years until it got acquired by private equity. So maybe you could tell us that story and what happened.
Sure. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very thrilled and happy to be here and part of this panel. I am here as a member of the Coalition for Patient-Centered Care, which is an amazing organization that was started just over 2 years ago, very much in support of independent physicians, of bringing the care focus back to the patient and the physician-patient relationship, and trying to regulate and or remove the influence specifically of private equity, but of the corporate entities that have really overtaken control in many regions, and I think it's very detrimental to patient care. It's very detrimental to physician well-being as well. So I can illustrate that with my story, and I'll try to be brief because it's kind of a long story, and there's a lot of emotion behind it. But I was part of a private practice, which I joined in 2006. So again, I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I'm in Chester County, Pennsylvania, kind of in the suburbs of Philadelphia. So we were a practice that had been in the community for many, many years. It was in the community probably for about 20 years before I even joined. And just like a pillar of the community, we were, my partners were very well regarded. We continued to build that group. We were kind of the go-to group in our community. We're not that far from Philadelphia, so there were certainly some bigger health systems and academic programs that were growing and moving out into the suburbs some. So we, definitely at a point in time realized we probably had to grow some in order to kind of maintain our foothold in the area. So about 5 years or so after I joined the group, we became part of a super group that was emerging in the area. Still a private practice, but many different groups coming together just to have a little bit more strength in numbers in our kind of market share area. So we were part of a bigger super group that emerged to be about 75 docs total, but still a private practice. It was about 13 different divisions or so that all came together. Continue and fast forward with the ever, changing and evolving healthcare, landscape in our region that again was just all about growth and bigger is better. Our supergroup leadership then in somewhere around 2019 came to us and said, we really need to keep growing, and the way to keep growing would be to bring in a private equity quote unquote partner. So ultimately, that was the decision that was made, and we did a private equity deal, or we were acquired in 2022. A lot went into that. There were many, many meetings. So there was, we thought, decent transparency, but hard to really know. There were many promises made about not only bringing some initial capital in, but things that would be better, things that would be improved as far as infrastructure, efficiency, patient care, patient outcomes, that they had so much wonderful, many wonderful protocols and policies, and there were metrics they could follow and things they could just kind of dump into our practice because they had done this before, and it would be great. And then there were also the potential, they talked about potential financial incentives down the road for physicians, things that would, other acquisitions that would occur, and we were the first group in our region to be acquired. So there was much talk about how this could be just so wonderful because we were getting it at the ground level, and there would be other, deals done in a quote unquote second bite of the apple, which you often hear as a common private equity term. So I will fast forward. The deal is done. There was a lot of skepticism. There was a lot of uncertainty. We felt like we understood. I guess most of us felt like we understood well enough, but I don't think any of us did what was about to happen. I will never forget that, week one after the deal was done, we never really thought they were going to be our partner, but one of my partners said to me, "Make no mistake, we're employed now. These are our bosses. This is not a partnership. We are no longer in private practice." And boy, wasn't he right. We lost all control. The first year or so was relatively benign. Not a lot was done to improve. There were zero improvements in anything in our practice, just large management fees leaving the practice every month. Very hands-off. I mean, the company was in a different state. It was relatively benign, although, again, there was a lot of money leaving the practice. By year 2 and year 3, things just went from bad to worse. There was then some hands-on stuff being done that was all bad. Any kind of infrastructure they tried to place, it was like they had never done this before, would have been our impression. They didn't care at all about how it was affecting patient access, patient care. There was money continuing to the practice was hemorrhaging money to the private equity firm, and they were cutting costs left and right. We were on credit hold with vendors for some of our routine office supplies. They centralized things and cut employees, and we didn't have enough staff to answer the phones appropriately. They did a second acquisition about 6 months after us. So we're now a group of 90 docs, and they're trying to centralize everything into one call center, one schedule template, and they started just laying down the law, if you will, and we had no choice. We had 3 levels of corporate to get any decision made or any question answered or try to voice any concern. None of it was listened to. We were told more than once that our practice was close to bankrupt, but it was our fault. The only answer was physicians had to see more patients, more volume. You can only work in surgery centers that we have ownership in. They were all over our surgical coordinators to say, why is this patient being taken to a hospital and not one of our surgery centers that we own, even if the patient medically needed to be in a hospital and not done in a surgery center. There was constant meeting after meeting, and like I said, like the levels of control was just one after the other, to the point where physicians were miserable. Physician compensation was basically slashed in half, if not more. We were getting to a point where it was just unsustainable for many of us. A practice that I once loved, that I poured my heart and soul into for 19 years, was no longer the same. It was gone. And so all of us were miserable. Our patients were miserable. There was no improvements in access, no improvements in outcomes. We were putting out fires all the time because patients were so unhappy. They're like, what happened to your practice? We loved coming here for years. Well, it got to a point where every so often there'd be a promise. 3 months, things will be better. 6 months, things will be better. Well, that never happened, and things just continued to get worse. So then many of the physicians were reaching a point, myself included, where it was no longer sustainable from a financial standpoint. I wasn't able to work 10, 12, 14-hour days for the money that I was making. I couldn't afford monthly bills, which is a kind of hard place to be as an orthopedic surgeon when you're 54 years old. So the decision was very difficult, but I resigned from my practice and left 4 months ago. And I had no other choice, really. I was just devastated by it. I had very frank conversations with patients as I was leaving and tried to explain the situation. And many were sort of aware, but not really. And the response I would also get is, I'm losing all my good doctors, because we were not the only group in the region affected by private equity and or, other issues with large health systems taking over and physicians just being completely burnt out. Our job can lead to burnout without these kind of outside influences. So add all of this in where you've lost control. You're not able to take care of patients the way you want. You have a 10-minute appointment slot and nothing else. You're being told where to go, where to operate, bring in the insurance piece, and can I operate? Can I order this MRI? It's one battle after another. And I will say that, it's a very sad state of affairs, and I do worry about the future of healthcare in a large way, speaking as a physician who loved her job, loved her practice, and walked away because I couldn't sustain it for myself anymore. So, I have a kind of a bad story, but there are lots of them. And every time I've been telling my story on different platforms in different scenarios, I get people coming up to me either after the fact, other physicians, or messages. I'm active on LinkedIn all the time saying, same thing happened to us. So, my hope and my goal is through the CPCC and things like this and other organizations that this can be regulated and ultimately removed, because my opinion is private equity in particular has no place in healthcare.
Thank you. Leslie, you've seen how this affects workers besides doctors. Can you talk about that?
Sure. I actually was going to tell a story that included doctors, since our union represents many stories, but after Dr. Townsend, I will not do that. I couldn't possibly do it as eloquently as you did, so thank you for that story. Thank you to my co-panelists, to Economic Liberties, for organizing this forum. And I also wanted to thank all of you who are here today about a change that I've seen in how anti-monopoly activism approaches workers' issues, because I think historically the focus has been on what does consolidation of markets mean for consumers, and the increased recognition that the impact on workers affects not just workers but all of us, I find really compelling and appreciate it. I think this is particularly salient in healthcare, where when there is a dominant healthcare employer, a monopoly or monopsony healthcare employer in a particular market, it affects not just the workers but the entire community, especially in rural or underserved communities where the big hospital in town may be not just the big hospital, but the biggest employer, and therefore setting market conditions throughout the economy. we see the impact every day on workers across the continuum of care, from doctors to housekeepers and dietary workers, nurses, and everyone in between. I would lift up as one example, not a doctor example, but also like Dr. Townsend's a Pennsylvania example, the story of UPMC, the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. UPMC, as many of you know, employs over 100,000 healthcare workers, 40 hospitals, 800 ambulatory care settings, and really in large swaths of Pennsylvania, it controls the healthcare market. And so workers there are in a situation where if you don't accept the terms at UPMC, you really have no alternatives inside healthcare, because anything else within commuting distance is going to be, in many of the jobs, in some cases all of the jobs, will be also at UPMC facilities. Workers at UPMC have been trying to organize a union as a way of pushing back against their employers' exploitation of them on a day-to-day basis for many, many years. And 2 years ago, filed a complaint at the Justice Department based on evidence that showed, research that showed that wages at UPMC, because of UPMC's control of the market, were significantly lower than at similarly placed, in similar markets where UPMC was not a player. And the magnitude of the differential varied based on job category, but it was really true largely across the board. Dr. Townsend talked about how a monopsony control of the market affects doctors, and particularly private equity, and I agree wholeheartedly. I also want to make sure that in focusing on the particular damage done by private equity, that we don't make the mistake of thinking that the problem ends there, because in fact there are many monopolies and monopsonies within the healthcare system that are not private equity controlled, and yet nonetheless we see the depressing impact on wages, on benefits, and frankly on workers' rights to join a union. So it really is true across the board that when we see this kind of control, workers have fewer rights, and it affects wages, it affects benefits, but it also, frankly, affects the ability to join a union. And it affects the ability to join a union because I'm sure you've all seen the research that shows that 60-70% of workers in this country say they think unions are a good thing, and yet within the private sector, only 6% of workers have unions. Why? Because employers are given carte blanche to run really vicious anti-union campaigns, the heart of which is the threat of retaliation. And every worker worries about losing their job, but they particularly worry about losing their job when there are no alternatives in their chosen area within commuting distance of their home. And so situations like UPMC and other situations where there is one company that really controls the market make it much harder for workers to organize. And when they are able to join a union, it makes it much harder to bargain good contracts, because we're not able to do what, for example, auto workers do, where, when the auto workers, common knowledge, when the auto workers bargain contracts, they'll try to bargain with all of the three big auto manufacturers, reach the best deal they can with one, and then go to the others and say, well, you have to match these terms because otherwise the workers are all going to leave and go somewhere else. Again, that doesn't work where the workers have someplace else to go. So I would just summarize by stressing the impact of the concentration of market within healthcare on workers' wages, on their benefits, but also on their ability to exercise their rights as trade unionists, to join a union, to have the power to stand up to their employers, and that is markedly reduced in a situation where there is one employer or one company that largely controls the market.
Thank you. And Congressman, speaking of, rural and other areas, you recently ran a survey in your district asking constituents to talk about harms that they experienced by United Health Group and Optum. Maybe you could tell us more about that.
Yes, thanks again for having me. It's great to be here. My first time at this conference. I'm excited to be here. So we came at this sort of from the bottom up in terms of starting with listening to constituents. And in 2022 and 2023 in my district, which is about 2 hours north of New York City, there were two major, really independent, even you could say independent-ish physician practices. And they both got bought up within a year by Optum, which, as I think everybody in this room knows, is United Healthcare. And I always talk about it as United Healthcare, not Optum, when I'm talking to constituents. And we started to hear, as we're coming out of the relative improvements coming out of COVID, we were just hearing from calls, from emails, from letters, and just being out there at town halls, just a whole host of complaints and issues as this was happening. So we actually, and huge credit to Finn Donahue on my staff, quarterbacked this. We said, well, let's just actually ask people, which is, I think, something that representatives don't do enough of on a lot of things. And we put out this survey. We thought we'd maybe get a few hundred at best responses. We got over 2,000 responses in what, Finn, like a week or so. I mean, we were actually overwhelmed with the amount of things we got back, not just in the volume, but we were overwhelmed with just the quantitative data was brutal, but hearing the stories of what people are going through in our district was just outrageous. It was heartbreaking. It was infuriating. There's one woman who we actually asked to speak at a town hall that I did. Her name is Kimberly. For over a year, she just was trying to get testing done to figure out what was going on with her. And long story short, it turned out she had by the time she finally got a test a year later, she had very serious cancer. And thank God she's okay. And actually she's battling them on another healthcare issue that we're helping with right now. But what we heard just across the board, which my colleagues here have said, and I think is intuitive to all of us, costs going up, quality going down, from patients, from physicians, from really everybody involved in the system feeling like it's getting worse. And so I know we're piling on with a negative here, but I will just say in a slightly positive note, which hopefully leads us to the second half of the conversation, people felt really empowered when they were actually just able to share their story. And I think educating people about what was going on and that there actually was a reason this was happening. This wasn't just random. And frankly, that there was a villain and that we should all know who that is and be willing to say who that is, I think has really rallied our community, and it started to give us some momentum to push for change. So excited to spread the word about that.
Yeah, thank you. And Jonathan, one of your main topics as Assistant Attorney General was platformization of healthcare. So maybe you could explain what that is and talk about, to the Congressman's point, what can be done. What is the positive, forward-looking, maybe not positive, but what can be done?
Sure. So the Congressman talked eloquently, as did our other panelists, about the corporatization of healthcare. The idea that in order to get treatment from a doctor where their physical distance might be inches, it might as well be miles, because those decisions are no longer being made by the trained medical professional, but instead being made by an algorithm based on cost. And when it comes to medical care, decisions should be based on health, should be based on someone's life. If I have a loved one, as I have had recently, ill, I want the best medical care because their life isn't a number. It's not a value. It's a person. And we need to make sure that we are delivering the best care with care. It's not about value-based healthcare. It's about people-based healthcare. And it's time that we get our priorities straight and start putting people first. And that starts with empowering doctors, physicians, nurses, to let them do their damn jobs the way they want to do them. And if they, sitting there looking at the patient, know how to take care of somebody, let them take care of that person. Let them make the decisions in real time. Let them deliver the health care that people deserve. But instead, we are moving toward a world of healthcare platforms. What do I mean by healthcare platform? I mean the insurance company owning the doctor, right? Used to have the insurance company fighting with the doctor and the doctor representing the patient. Now the doctor is an employee. And they're being squeezed. They're not only are their salaries being squeezed and their working conditions being squeezed, but their ability to deliver care is being squeezed. And it's becoming a data platform. Good luck getting your prescription filled, getting your examination, getting your surgery approved, getting anything done in the healthcare system without going through 2 or 3 major healthcare platforms. We are looking at a world where data-driven, massive healthcare conglomerates who compete at every part of the ecosystem are making decisions often in conflict with each other because they don't only own the platform, they compete on the platform. So for years, we took on big tech. And at the Antitrust Division, we fought the fight against big tech companies, and people said, why are you focused on tech? Well, we weren't just focused on tech. We were focused on farmers. We were focused on healthcare. We were focused on energy. But the point we wanted to make is that if we can't figure it out in tech, if we can't figure out platform issues, if we can't figure out companies that vertically integrate out in a 3-dimensional way, not just vertical and horizontal, but in a 3-dimensional world, then we're not going to be able to figure out healthcare. We're not going to be able to figure out agriculture. We're not going to be able to figure out energy, and so on and so forth. And guess what? We were able to bring those cases, and we're able to win those cases. It's time that we wake up and we deal with the healthcare industry as we find it today, which is not a good place. The patient needs care, and that patient is the freaking industry. And so it's time we start distilling this down to core principles. Doctors, nurses should be able to treat their patients. It's time we end pre-authorization once and for all.
Yeah, and I would love to open this up to the other panelists. If you have ideas, like we have staffers, we have journalists, we have patients and doctors in this room. What should be done?
I would say, first of all, amen to that. Thank you. It was increasingly frustrating. I mean, my separate story of private equity, very, very frustrating and very, very devastating, but increasingly frustrating just to practice medicine with everything that was just described. And, once again, patients, some are very much in the know and understand the hurdles that we're going through. Some aren't. And then some do think it's our fault. And not that I'm not willing to sort of take the blame and then explain. It's really not our fault the majority of the time when something is not getting approved or something is getting denied or they're getting a bill after the fact for something that was already done because we thought it was approved and then apparently there was some loophole or something that we missed. So, it was really getting increasingly frustrating just to do our day-to-day work. So I think some of the organizations, again, for example, the Coalition for Patient-Centered Care that I'm a part of, I mean, the goal really, the main goal is physician independence and just what you're saying. I mean, that really is what we need to fight to restore. And I know there's many organizations and, I've come across many like smaller groups of people who are, other physicians, colleagues, friends of mine who are passionate about this and passionate about practicing medicine still, despite the fact that we felt very handcuffed and shackled in many ways over recent years, who I think if these organizations can come together, even patients were asking me when I was discussing the few months leading up to my departure, discussing with them why I was leaving. I mean, they often were, telling me their stories of other doctors that were, having similar problems in other specialties, other doctors that were leaving, whether they were part of a health system or, or a different private equity situation. And patients were scared. I mean, and I don't live that far from a big city. I'm not that far from Philadelphia. And patients were scared. They're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go to. Where are you going to go? I'll drive as far as I need to go to see you. I'm presently not practicing because I refuse to go somewhere else. The only way I'll go back into orthopedic practice is if I can practice in private practice again. So I think the organizations that exist or any that are yet to form, like coming together and anybody who has, again, a story to tell it. Get involved with one of these organizations. Reach out. There's platforms and the more that people can unify, the better because everybody's going to be a patient at some point and the doctors are going to be gone. The average age of a physician in the U.S. is 53. I'm 54 and if I can't go back into practice in a reasonable situation, I won't. I'll continue to do this. I'll advocate. I'll fight because healthcare is the utmost importance. But I am not going to go into a situation where I'm undervalued, where I'm, it's not sustainable, and where I can't help people the way I want to. And that's a shame because you will lose this echelon of physicians. I should work for 10 more years. I should be out there scoping shoulders and replacing shoulders and doing the things that I do. But I'm not. and then I have a horrendous non-compete. So I'm not doing that for 2 years if I want to stay where I live in my home. That's where I am from. That's where I'm a single person. I have 2 daughters. Like, that's our home. So get involved and let's change this.
So I would say one thing we can do, and then I want to close with a piece of good news. I think that in anti-monopoly work, as in so many aspects of the fight for social justice, at a moment when we find it, frankly, very hard to make progress at the federal level, there are, in fact, opportunities at the state level. And some of the examples that Lena Khan gave earlier, I think, illustrated what is possible at the state level. I want to lift up one of the ones that she mentioned from my home state of Oregon, partly because my union was directly involved in fighting for the legislation that she mentioned, and that was state-level legislation that requires state approval of any healthcare merger or hospital merger where the players being merged are above a certain size in terms of their revenue. And it says that the state will only approve such mergers if the parties that are trying to merge can show that the transaction will improve cost containment efforts, quality of care, and access to care in underserved communities. And that bill, which, as I said, the union was instrumental in developing and advocating for, has been in effect for a number of years now. To my knowledge, it hasn't resulted in any mergers actually being blocked, but it has resulted in some conditions being placed on mergers, including, to your point, a ban on non-competes in one situation. And I think that while I don't hold hope that we can pass that kind of legislation in red states, there are plenty of blue states where we can. So that's a place where, and again, the coalitions that Dr. Townsend talked about are important. I believe that the labor movement has an important role to play here. I also believe that strengthening the labor movement and improving workers' rights to organize is important, both because unions can advocate for that kind of legislation, but also because the existence of unions can be a counterweight to the wage and benefit depressing impact that consolidation of markets has in healthcare and other industries as well. But the positive note that I wanted to end on was just to as sort of a follow-up to the story that I told about the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center previously, where workers have been trying to organize literally for 12 years. Last month, we had our first big victory, and 1,200 registered nurses and advanced practice practitioners have now joined our union, proving that it is possible to make progress even in these hard times, and those nurses will continue to lead the fight to build a healthcare system that works for everyone, workers and patients alike.
And I want to shout out in our battle, by the way, SEIU 1199 has been fierce and just organized, actually, one of the Optum workers. So that's been you're absolutely, I know you know this, but you're absolutely right. That's given us huge leverage at the ground level. So thank you. Two very quick things. One, I think, especially in the moment we're in nationally with healthcare, with $1 trillion being cut from our system, this is such an opportunity where the American people's eyes are going to be on this, and we can either fight for the status quo, doesn't feel like the right approach, or we can actually say, okay, let's go out there and organize nationally around some of these principles here. And what I've found, I mean, this other guy a mile from here talks about 80-20 issues. This is an 80-20 issue. The idea that the vertical integration happening, the coalitions we see here between labor, doctors, pharmacists, providers, patients, kind of everybody, frankly, the work now in the moment where we're in to build that muscle, build that collaboration. Like, I go on conservative radio in my district and talk about this and get incredible response because everybody is feeling this pressure. So pushing us as elected officials at every level to be out there, kind of don't agonize, organize around this work with all our partners is one thing. And then more details to come very soon, but we are working on some national legislation to this end. We were hoping to have it ready to talk about here today, but we want to make sure we get it right. So informed by what happened in Oregon and other great colleagues, we are taking a big swing at this in the House, and we're excited to share that with everybody when it comes.
You want to
Sure.
take us out?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, this gives me hope, right? We have the doctors who should be performing the work. We have the healthcare professionals who dedicate their lives, often at great risk to themselves, needing the working conditions in order to go into this industry and survive and deliver the care. And then we need courageous people in Capitol Hill, like like the congressman introducing legislation to fix the problem. We can distill this down. This can be easier, right? Insurance companies don't need to own doctors. PBMs don't need to own pharmacies. We don't need pre-authorization. Doctors, healthcare workers shouldn't have non-competes. This stuff is not rocket science. Let's fix it.
And on that note, thank you so much.
Okay. One-stop shop here. We're moving. Oh, and actually, let me get out of your way. Sorry. All right, you're good. You're good. Great job. Yeah. Okay. Great job. Yeah. I want to highlight a few points that came up. So we just had 2 sessions on healthcare. We're going to have 2 more tomorrow for those of you that's your topic du jour. I think for a lot of, at least I'll speak for my own policy career, a lot of the focus on healthcare issues has been around coverage. And coverage is important, but I think even these first 2 conversations have showed us there's a lot more to this. There's one of our other healthcare fellows, Hayden Brookley, who may be here, I don't know if he's here, but is always educating us about the importance of looking at quality, price, doctors as business owners, and hopefully independent operators of their practices, workers, to Leslie's point, and patients. So there'll be more to come on that, but in terms of our Break Up Big Medicine campaign, we hope you will consider yourselves part of that. In terms of building and organizing over the next few months, we have been hosting roundtables all over the country. We've been in Texas, we've been in Louisiana, we've been in Ohio. I think we're going to be in Massachusetts soon. So if you want to host a roundtable and feature some of these voices that you heard today, we can do this anywhere. It doesn't take that much money. It just takes a table and me speaking very, very loudly. So it's all possible. So let us know. Great. Okay, we have a break. We made it. That was a lot of content. We are going to be on break for 20 minutes. So 2:45 sharp, come back in here. We do have a bit of an overflow situation. There's a room for that. You can also go next door, watch the live stream if you need to be in a slightly more comfortable area. You're welcome to do that. But we'll see each other back here at 2:45 sharp. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Enjoyed the coffee break. It's coming to an end. This is your warning. Sit down. If you don't take your seat, someone else might snatch it because there's an overflow room. This is like Anti-Monopoly Summit Hunger Games Edition 2025. Only the strong will survive and have a seat in the main room. Jen Howard's in the house. Hey, Jen. All right. Okay. Yeah. Everyone just make their way in. Great. Okay. Hope everybody enjoyed the coffee break. Yeah, like I said at the beginning, we have, it might not seem like it from this first day, but we did make a big effort to try to have more mingling time and not just overload everyone with substance and charges to organize more. So hopefully you found that relaxing for the 20 minutes that we gave you. And there'll be more of that tomorrow. No more today. No. Okay. Good. All right. Well, everyone is here. I'm waiting for the flag from Nidhi to... Good. And we are rolling. I believe we are now rolling. And that's great because it's happening. Okay, great. So next we will have another fireside chat. And this one will be between Senator Chris Murphy and Sagar Enjeti. And I am going to go ahead and invite both of them to the stage as I do their introductions. Senator Chris Murphy maybe needs no introduction. He's a senator. But just to remind everyone, he served in this role since 2013. He has many distinctions. In addition to being a senator, he's introduced a bill to ban non-compete agreements. Actually, just today, which I'm sure we'll hear more about, released a report on corporate pardons and the lack of this administration's enforcement of corporate lawbreaking. But I think you're all witnessing his greatest achievement to date. Second appearance in a row at the Anti-Monopoly Summit. Not everyone gets there, Senator, so congratulations. And Senator Murphy will be in conversation with Sagar Enjeti, as I said. He's the co-host of Breaking Points, one of the most popular independent political news shows on the internet. And for years, Sagar, and I have always appreciated this, has been preaching the gospel of independent thinking beyond just party affiliation and educating his viewers and listeners to do just that. I'll turn it over to you, Sagar, to kick things off.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Senator, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to be here.
Senator, we're here to speak about economic populism, about anti-monopoly, but, I think I would be a little bit remiss if I did not ask potentially about how you see economic populism, atomization in our society to the recent assassination of political commentator Charlie Kirk, and whether you see that the two things as linked together, because we're watching, I think, a lot of people with a lot of fear as to the way that the country seems to be coming apart at the seams, and what the material conditions behind that you potentially see with this heinous action.
Well, we're obviously still reeling as a country at that assassination. A lot of us wish we had not seen that video from far away, but still shocking. And we're obviously at a moment where we have had this dramatic and really shaking increase in political violence writ large. Republicans and Democrats have been the targets. There's been radicalization on the right and the left. I think what's on my mind right now is, first and foremost, the families of these victims, having been so close to a lot of the families of mass shootings over the years, having worked over a decade in this field. I know how you never, ever recover from that trauma. But I am also, just absolutely heartbroken that we are not using this moment as an opportunity for the country to come together and draw a line in the sand and say that whether it's somebody on the left or the right who's the perpetrator or the target, that we're going to have a zero tolerance policy in this nation for violence. Instead, it looks as if President Trump and his allies are gearing up to potentially exploit this tragedy and use it as a means to do what they have been planning to do, what they have wanted to do for the entirety of their time in office, which is to try to use their control of the legal system to destroy, to obliterate the political opposition to Donald Trump. You see Laura Loomer, Trump whisper saying brazenly the other night that she wants him to become a dictator, that she wants him to use whatever power he has to eliminate those who oppose him politically. You saw chilling remarks from Stephen Miller as well. So I think we have to be ready for something very, very dark coming on the horizon, as difficult as this last 9 months has been. I think that there may be a chance that you're going to see a pretty maximalist effort to try to harass, round up, shut down, imprison the president's critics, both from an organizational and personal standpoint. But yeah, I mean, obviously, what I see, and I think what you are all talking about here, is a real opportunity for realignment in this country, where we are able to shatter many of the traditional fissures that have defined this nation politically, that there exists an ability to bring together people who right now are in these sort of traditional right and left ecosystems around an agenda that is about breaking up concentrated power, in particular concentrated corporate power, and delivering real economic power and agency, even spiritual power, back to Americans who feel that they have lost it. And if we anchor our political conversation around the set of grievances and the set of remedies for concentrated corporate power, then I think you have the opportunity to sort of pull people out of these ideological rabbit holes that they exist in today and get them talking to each other in a way that could be healing. Now, this guy, we don't know enough about him to render any decision on his motive, but, he may have been in some ways inside a non-political rabbit hole in which he was looking for just celebrity and notoriety. That's a problem in and of itself. But yes, the reason why I'm so eager to come here year after year is because I just think there's a lot of great solutions here to make our economy fairer and to raise wages and to build healthier small businesses. But I think that there's some political salvation in uniting people who have been told that the only issues that matter are abortion and gay rights and climate and guns, and that we're hopelessly divided on those issues, and thus we are hopelessly divided as a nation. And this is evidence, I think, that we are not.
Well, then just to link it a little bit more to, more anti-monopoly sentiment. I see a lot of this violence as a direct consequence of a lot of the big tech monopolies and algorithmic kind of encouragement with spending time online. Again, we don't know everything necessarily about this assassination and the potential motivation, but I think broadly what we do know from this individual, from recent school shootings, is that there is a sickness, a memification, and a nihilism. Now, they're downstream of material conditions, but it's downstream of a lot of time spent on the internet too. So where do big technology companies fit into this?
Well, obviously we know that these technology companies are building capacities, perfecting capacities that are designed to keep people addicted to the internet and to feed whatever paranoias and conspiracies that they are building in their mind. And this is not fringe technologies. This is mainstream technologies. There's this bone-chilling story from Connecticut over the summer in which a middle-aged man whose life had gone off the rails a bit ended up murdering his mother and killing himself. He videotaped himself in conversation with ChatGPT over the course of the summer. And what you see is his head being filled with a series of conspiracies. The government is out to get him. His mother is trying to poison him. He's being listened to. And this mainstream technology telling him that he's right. That he's right that everybody's out to get him, that he's right that his mother is trying to poison him, saying things to bind the computer and the individual more tightly together so that he won't leave, so that he will stay. And this is happening at scale all across the country. Another example of the real spiritual degradation of our existence that will continue to occur if we don't step in and provide some guardrails, some restrictions around this new technology.
So something in particular I know you've been focused on is political corruption. And I do think it's interesting in terms of the anti-corporate pushback. I've seen a new strategy emerge here in Washington, which involves presenting the president with a literal bar of gold. But I mean, let's be honest. It's Omer overt. It's a little bit more cartoonish, but it's been ever present here. And what I'm wondering about is your view as to credibly convince the American people that political corruption, it's itself is not going to just take on, let's say, a more nuanced and a more highbrow flavor in a new administration or a new type of leadership, but is actually going to be tackled as a fundamental problem. How do you restore any credibility on that message?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is maybe the most important conversation right now in Washington and inside Democratic politics. And I think there's a couple sort of seeds of an answer. One is that if we don't portray a sense of outrage, then no one else is going to be outraged over it. And so every day that we aren't talking loudly about the fact that there is literally a price today that you can pay as a corporation in order to get either your illegality ignored or a pending suit or investigation against you dropped, is a day that the public is not going to stand up and do anything about it or be outraged themselves. They take cues from those of us who oppose the president politically. And so I have tried to use every means I have to raise all of these individual instances of corruption. I just released a report today talking about something that I refer to and many of you refer to as corporate pardons, essentially being given a free pass on corporate illegality so long as you pay the president a certain amount of money. And I wish that more of my colleagues were doing the same. But, there's a harder conversation afoot for the Democratic Party. And that's the fact that, people think we're just as corrupt as they are, in part because they haven't seen us be really serious about government reform in a long time. Somewhere in the last 10 to 15 years, sort of democratic reform inside the Democratic Party transitioned from getting big money out of politics to voting rights. Now, voting rights is really important, but it is not necessarily the kind of unifying message that getting money, private money, anonymous money, billionaire money, corporate money out of politics is. So if we want to, convince people to care about corruption, then we have to convince people that if they elect Democrats, something different is going to happen. And that means that it can't be like the 7th or the 8th issue that we talk about. It's got to be probably the second. The first is breaking up concentrated corporate power, economic populism. The second is unrigging our democracy. And we're just not there yet. We just aren't. I think we're getting better at elevating the conversation around economic populism, but we aren't yet prepared to show people with big ideas and a volume of rhetoric that if you put us in power, we'll do the things necessary to clean up the government, which I think would probably involve a constitutional amendment, which is a really big idea, but the thing that is probably necessary in order for you to get the damaging private anonymous money out of politics.
You used an important term earlier, the realignment. One of the precepts of the realignment is not just right-left, but kind of moving into a different paradigm of thinking and potentially even what a new type of bipartisanship would look like. I've always joked that something that's truly bipartisan is like the most scary thing in Washington, like regime change or something. And so the idea behind it was that there was this new realignment, but it would be working more towards class politics. But then surely as from an analytical perspective, when I look at the actual energy in the Democratic base, the No Kings protests, if I look at the Republican Party today, I mean, a lot of them wouldn't even want me up here talking with you. So what does the reality of bipartisanship in enacting economic populism actually look like? Like, you have to work with your Republican colleagues, but, you're obviously, you're one of the more prominent members of your party, and you've been trying to kind of recapture some of that energy that's gone to Donald Trump. I presume that's for both partisan purposes as well, not on of policy. So how do you think about the bipartisan question in terms of economic populism?
Yeah, listen, I think it's hard. I think it's harder than ever before right now because almost every Republican senator to a person is engaged in an active campaign to try to destroy our democracy right now. And so it makes it a little bit harder to sign up to work with these guys when they are trying to steal from the people that I represent the ability to self-govern. That doesn't mean you don't continue to try and find your shots, as I have done, for instance, on this issue of banning non-competes. I've been able to form a coalition with Todd Young and Kevin Cramer and Tim Kaine. We have asked them to weigh in as the administration is backing away from the work to try to stop corporations and companies from suppressing wages. But this argument we thought that was a live issue inside the Republican Party is no longer, despite the fact that J.D. Vance is in the administration. This is not an administration that is interested at all in trying to push the Republican Party more towards populist economics, confronting economic power. It's doing the opposite. So for now, you just try to keep that argument alive. You work with a small handful of Republicans that are willing to cross over and write bills, knowing that at least for the next 3 years, they're not likely going to be able to win arguments except on the narrow issue of tech regulation. I think maybe what's most important right now is that we don't just concentrate on talking to Republican elected officials, that we actually, as Democrats who believe in this realignment, and there's a handful of us, I know, Representative Ryan was on the stage earlier, that we go out and talk to Republican voters. That's why I've spent a lot of this year in Republican states, holding town halls in Republican districts. That's why when religious groups come up to Washington, I'll often invite them to come see me, even though their agenda on social and cultural issues is very different from mine, because I want to get them to start thinking about being more vocal inside the Republican tent about economic, populist, and corporate power issues. So even though right now it's hard to get Republican elected officials to confront Trump on these issues, we can go out and talk to their base as Democrats.
How does tariffs fit into your vision or a new Democratic vision of economic populism? Because my, again, outside observation has been there's kind of a twofold. Tariffs are a tool. Trump is using them improperly in terms of the critique. But I've also kind of seen a re-explosion of the more neoliberal view of international trade, where it's like, no, actually all tariffs are bad. It's all a tax. I mean, a real reversion to the 2010 kind of status quo pre-Donald Trump's election in 2015 on a tariff China message. So it's difficult to navigate because, I've seen for Democratic politicians, it seems to be a bit difficult. They can say, well, Biden kept some of the Trump tariffs. But again, from my observation, a lot of Democratic voters, they don't want to hear it. Anything that has anything to do with Trump just needs to go. What's your general thinking there? Tariffs, economic populism, and a new Democratic coalition?
I think it's a great question, but I don't think we need to apologize for approaching this issue right now pretty simplistically. These tariffs are bad. They are raising costs on average Americans, and we're getting nothing for them. And so, yes, I think we want to be careful not to box ourselves or paint ourselves into a corner in which we appear as if there's no circumstance in which a tariff works, because we obviously saw Biden do it well. And I don't frankly think it takes too long. I don't think we exhaust voters' patience, for instance, to just, give the example of how President Biden was able to use, for instance, tariffs on renewable energy products combined with incentives for those industries domestically to literally almost overnight help restart an industry and see, job creation surge. And for instance, the, advanced battery industry, contrasted with what has happened during Trump's administration, where he's obviously gone bananas on tariffs. And we, have seen a absolute catastrophic decline in manufacturing jobs. I guess the thing I just want our party and our movement to really understand is that, what people want is an economy that is not based on a cult of profit and efficiency. They want there to be values that matter in an economy that are not just how much money you make. And what Trump signals when he talks about tariffs, what Trump signals, frankly, when he said that insane thing a few months ago about buying less Barbies this year for Christmas, is that that sounded like the stupidest thing on earth to say, but what he's saying is that there's something that matters more than material accumulation. There's something that matters more than companies just making as much as they can off of trade. What matters more, for instance, is how much content is produced in this country. And what he's speaking to is a sense that people have that they've lost control of their economic lives and they've lost control of their economy. So when he talks about things like tariffs and border enforcement, he's speaking a language of control, right? We are taking back control of our economy. We are taking back control of our borders. And to a lot of people who feel like sort of everything in their lives and in their collective life is subject to forces that are outside of their control, even outside of their government's control, that's really, really attractive. So if we're not going to have a strong message on tariffs, then whatever you say when it comes to how Democrats approach reforming the economy and our culture and our society has to be an alternative means to restore control, agency, power back to people and back to the government that they think should be protecting them but hasn't.
And I was interested in that because that fits. Your team shared some very interesting polling with me on anti-corruption and anti-corporate power. I do want to give you an opportunity to go into that just because I thought that the numbers were quite striking in terms of what taking back control looks like. Like what was in terms of the takeaways from some of the polling and other Democratic kind of messaging things I'm sure that you've participated in, have you seen are the strongest messages that are a counter for a similar narrative of taking back control of the country?
Well, what was striking to me in my polling, so I was running for re-election last year. Was it just last year? Yeah, it was just last year. And I did a real sort of long series of questions trying to sort of, get at to how, people were viewing the economy from an emotional standpoint. What were they angriest about? What were they happiest about? And, what was not shocking to me, but pleasantly surprising was the consistency of view, in particular on consolidated corporate power. It wasn't just that people sort of broadly knew that the economy had too much concentrated power. They really knew that there were a handful of corporations that had too much control over their lives. And if you looked at it, there was really almost no difference between how Republicans, Independents, and Democrats answered that question. And maybe most interestingly, no differences between how college-educated and non-college educated voters answered that question. And so when you are specifically talking about the role of corporations, you are speaking to a really, really broad audience. So you don't have to be overly generic. You can actually talk about corporate control. You can name those corporations, even though they're corporations that people use, that are a big part of their lives. They also know deep down that Amazon and Facebook and Google, as useful as they are just making too many decisions for them that they would rather make themselves.
Yeah, the last thing here is just about the theme of economic populism, anti-monopoly. To me, that just seems democratic in nature. And one of the things I kind of took away from your polling is that, okay, this stuff is really important, of course, and messaging and all that, but I also think the messenger really matters. And so in this context, how do you reflect back then on the 2024 campaign? President Biden's, decision to run up until the end of his disastrous debate, and then the decision not to have a primary. Those two things just seem very conflicting in my view.
In retrospect, the sort of path here was very simple. President Biden should not have waited as long as he did to decide that he wasn't going to run, and we should have had a competitive primary. We should have had a competition of ideas and candidates. Obviously, the way that it worked ended up with a Democratic disaster on our hands, and so obviously we would have been much better off had we had a chance to really compete out candidates and ideas. That being said, I don't have a lot of quibbles with the way that the vice president ran the campaign under a very tight time frame. But we've got work to do as a party, and that work involves trying to rebuild a big tent. The biggest, the fastest growing share of the electorate are socially and culturally conservative voters who are economically populist, who are open to an argument about a much higher minimum wage, about a much more robust antitrust capacity, the eradication of things like non-competes. And I think a lot about how we can build that big tent. You can just sort of go talk to audiences that think a little differently than you do on social issues. You can show up in red states, but you can also choose to nominate candidates for office who come from that cohort, who are very strong believers in using government power to break up concentrated corporate power, but who may have diverging views from me, say, on an issue like guns, something that I care deeply about. I spent a long time trying to apply a litmus test to my party on this issue that I care so deeply about. I'm rethinking the wisdom of that, given the fact that I think the future of our republic and the future of our party now depends on us building a big tent party with economic populism and the unrigging of democracy as the two tentpoles, and really being purposefully more permissive about who we let in on a host of other issues that matter to me and a lot of other Democrats. I think that's how we save the country, and I think that's how we ultimately unrig the democracy.
Senator, appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, who wants to sign up to be interviewed by Sagar next? That was pretty intense. But, picking up on one of the themes that Nidhi mentioned in her opening remarks, this year we've had a lot of members that are participating in panels, and Senator Murphy's an example of that. We have some speeches, but really trying to engage them in conversation. We're all working around these issues, trying to figure out what is the path forward, and we really appreciate members who are willing to put themselves in that, what can be sometimes a vulnerable position, and willing to answer the hard questions. So thank you again. Round of applause to both Senator Murphy and Sagar for the conversation. And I'm going to just keep going because that's what people are dying to hear, is more of my voice. Okay, perfect. We have one more panelist who's going to come. Actually, this is so one thing I've always wanted more of in these main stage discussions, is there anyone that has a thought on how the day's been going? We don't have any time for Q&A in these discussions, but anyone that's has something on their mind that they'd like to share with the group out of curiosity? No pressure, but I don't know. I'm here, I see faces, but if there is anyone that has anything to share, again, no pressure. All right, well, if something comes to mind, let me know. It's what? A bigger room. Feedback on the logistics. We love that. Okay. Sir, you are cut off from the mic. No, I do appreciate. Well, look, here's what happens is a lot of people have a lot of time, I guess, and they want to come and spend it with us. And that's a good thing. And it's keeping us all limber and stretched out. But okay, other feedback on logistics. More food during breaks. Do you want to make a donation to the next Anti-Monopoly Summit? You know how much these hotels cost? This is crazy. Okay, but we'll keep it in mind. Maybe we can have some granola bars or something. Other feedback or questions. I wasn't expecting the feedback, but I'll take it. Okay. We're good. Thank you. Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, now we're ready for our next panel. I'm still processing that feedback. That was pretty funny. Okay. Next panel is Safeguarding America's Innovation Edge in the Age of AI. We're going to get the whole panel sorted, because we have a lot of panelists too, including another member. This panel is going to examine how antitrust laws and regulation can ensure that tech innovation is competitive and safe. This has been the big tech focus and the technology industry, one of our earliest fights at Economic Liberties. And I'm sure many folks in this room are aware how that fight is evolving in discussions of AI, and the panel will get into it more, so I won't belabor it now. But the panel will feature our moderator, Lauren Feiner, who's a senior policy reporter at The Verge. And she'll be joined by a real rock star lineup, Vermont Congresswoman Becca Balint, who has been an ongoing champion in the anti-monopoly movement. We're happy to have her. And two former DOJ antitrust officials, Doha Mekki and Roger Alford. I welcome them all to the stage now, and I will pass it over to Lauren to get us started. So a round of applause as our panelists make it up to the stage. Fun fact while they're still coming up, because again, I can't stop talking. So Roger, here's how to not get invited back to a panel at Economic Liberties. Roger comes today and he tells us, oh, don't worry guys, I have a meeting on the Hill right before my panel starts, but it'll be fine. But I commend you, Roger, that it actually has been fine. You made it, and perhaps we'll consider you again for a panel. Thanks.
Can I respond?
Now this is the interactive.
I won't name the name, but if a Democratic senator wants to hear my story, I'm going to try to say yes.
All right, fair enough, Roger. All right, good luck with the panel, Lauren.
Thank you. Great. Well, thank you all for being here today. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit about each of our panelists today. So Doha Mekki is a senior fellow at the Berkeley Center for Consumer Law and Economic Justice and is the former acting assistant attorney general at the DOJ Antitrust Division, where she's worked in various roles across the Trump and Biden administrations, helping to quarterback cases against Google, Visa, Apple, Ticketmaster, RealPage, and American Airlines. Representative Becca Balint was elected to Congress in 2022 and is the first woman and openly LGBTQI+ person to represent Vermont. She's a former educator and activist who now serves as the vice-ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee and a member of its Antitrust Subcommittee. And Roger Alford is a professor of law at Notre Dame and recently served as Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General at the DOJ Antitrust Division and previously as Deputy Assistant Attorney General for International Affairs. He's consulted on a variety of antitrust lawsuits, including on behalf of plaintiffs in the Real Estate Brokerage Commission lawsuit against the National Association of Realtors, and with the state of Texas in a bipartisan lawsuit of 17 state attorneys general against Google. So just to set the stage here, in the last 5 years, we've seen the US government bring 5 different cases against 4 of the big tech companies. And we've already seen Google ruled a monopolist in 2 of those cases. That follows, though, a 20-year period after the Microsoft ruling, where we really didn't see this kind of activity in tech antitrust. So, Doha, could you set the stage for us a little bit here and tell us about what has changed in the lens of antitrust when it comes to tech and where you see it going now that we're in this age that also includes AI?
Sure. So first, thank you so much to AALP for having me. If you can go back in your minds to the year 2020, it feels like a long time ago, but it was just 5 years ago. There had been a resurging interest in taking on the biggest, most intractable monopoly problems in the economy. And tech in particular brought together an interesting set of bedfellows. And I really had a front row seat to this at the DOJ. I was actually a counsel working with folks like Roger and our former boss, Macon Delrahim. And so we saw this interest that really brought together the political left and the political right. And I think the things that animated their interest in antitrust may have been different, but the concern about power and concentrated economic power over people, over businesses, over working folks, over consumers, I think was genuine. And so that culminated in an announcement at the Justice Department in particular that there was going to be a review of dominant incumbents in the digital economy. And our friends at the FTC down the street, as we now know, started investigating Facebook, the artist, I guess now known as Meta, and Amazon. And then at the DOJ, we were investigating Google and Apple. And so that resulted in, as you say, 5 lawsuits. The first sort of tranche of which started under the Trump administration. Despite what the president says, his administration actually filed some of those lawsuits. And it really continued under the Biden administration, where I had the privilege of serving as the principal deputy and then as the acting. And what has since happened is Google has been adjudicated a monopolist in internet search, in search advertising, and certain digital advertising technologies that don't actually matter, except for the fact that they fund the free and open internet and its expansion. And there's a private case that resulted in really very extraordinary remedies, even if they were narrow or perceived to be narrow at the time. And there are ongoing cases against Meta and Amazon. We have a remedy decision in the Google search case, which I suspect we'll have some occasion to talk about today. And we have a remedies trial getting started across the river in Virginia in about a week or so. And so what's the upshot here? You have huge coalitions of the federal government and the state attorneys general. In the Google search case, you had DOJ, 49 state attorneys general, the District of Columbia, and some protectorates saying Google is a search monopoly. And they stood shoulder to shoulder and tried these cases. And so what I see is the democratic and legitimate exercise of concern on behalf of people, and really taking to the courts this problem that I think brought together just very interesting coalitions of Americans.
Yeah, well, thank you for setting that up for us so nicely. And, after we had this 20-year period without much activity in tech antitrust enforcement, we've seen over the last 5 years these cases brought, and now we're at the occasion where we're seeing them move through the courts, and we have some decisions. And like you just mentioned, most recently in the Google search remedies decision, we saw Judge Mehta deliver a ruling that really puts an emphasis on AI as a reason for why he didn't go quite as far as the Justice Department was asking for. So, Roger, I want to just throw to you and ask, what do you make of what that ruling means for how far the courts are willing to go when it comes to tech antitrust enforcement, and what your kind of early sense is of how they will be looking at AI and the role that it plays in their ability to enact remedies in these cases.
Yep. Thank you for the chance to be here, and I apologize that I was on time. But that I scared a lot of people, but I was on time. So Doa and I are good friends, and we work together closely, and she's absolutely right. It is a bipartisan effort to try to go after these big tech monopolies. The only thing I would add to what she said is the private sector is doing a lot of really good work. And the Epic Games case is, I think, extraordinarily important as well, both against Google and against Apple. And so we have the state AGs, the federal government on both sides of the political aisle, and then private actors. So on search, AI had a very, very significant role to play. Page 1 of the opinion, he talks about the case has changed in light of what's happened with AI. I don't necessarily think that AI will have a significant role in ad tech. I don't know if Doha agrees with that. I'd be curious if she does. But for search, it had a major, major role. And I think what you could analogize it to would be that just like Facebook is a different case now than it was when it was originally filed because of TikTok, and TikTok is like this emerging competitor, I think you could say that the perception is, at least for the court, is that generative AI is an emerging threat to Google's dominance. And so AI, I think, loomed large, like over 200 references to Gen AI in the opinion. But most importantly, the belief that Google's monopoly was fragile, very much a Chicago school mentality, like Google's going to be subject to significant competition from Gen AI, and that we should not assume that remedies are necessary if the market will self-correct. That's essentially, I think, what was going on with their interpretation. I'm curious if I can get a show of hands. How many of you use ChatGPT or one of the equivalents of ChatGPT instead of search today? Is it replacing your search experience? Can you tell me? And this is a very obviously selection bias with this audience, but this is a very sophisticated audience, and it's not a significant majority by any stretch, a significant minority. His perception is it's going to like eventually be a significant threat to Google. Now, one of the upsides of that interpretation is that when he gave remedies for syndication and for data sharing, he was willing to go so far as to include AI companies in the definition of a qualified competitor. So they could become more of a threat if they're in the group of entities that are able to access the syndication and the data sharing. So that, I think, is a silver lining to his perception. But I do think that it is remarkable how much AI was a key factor in the decision. And then the other factors were the judge was expressing himself to be like humble and cautious, but he himself is diagnosing the future in a way that was very aggressive. He was very aggressively saying, I can see in the future and AI is going to be so big that I don't need to be aggressive with my remedies. So that's my initial thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to get back to that point about, his assumptions and his guesses about what AI will be in the future. But to bring the Congresswoman into the conversation, from where you sit on Capitol Hill, what do you think is the role that Congress should play in this space, especially after seeing the rulings in the Google cases, and to the extent that you might feel they fell short, are there places where Congress could and should step in?
I really appreciate the question. And for most of you in the room, I'm sure you're meeting me for the first time, so I'll just give you a quick and dirty. So I came up through the Vermont State Legislature. Before that, I was a teacher. I taught for years. I taught history. And for me, the most compelling period to talk to my students about was the Gilded Age, because they understood it. They absolutely understood the wrongness of it all. And I have had to retrain myself in the last few months to get that term out of my mouth because it's not resonating with most Americans. So I see myself on this panel as somebody who acts as sort of an ambassador and a translator to people in the real world who are trying to understand the work that we do. What they know is they feel like they're getting absolutely screwed over by big tech. And I want to tell you really briefly, if I could, just to sort of set this up. I was at a meeting with high school students last year talking about their phones and big tech. And they were people who I thought were going to be saying to me, just let big tech alone. Let them do their thing. Like, we are all so immersed in this world right now. But that's not what I heard at all. What I heard is, these actors are manipulating us. They are making money off of us. They are putting us in dangerous situations. And when are you, as a member of Congress, going to do something about it? And I have heard some version of that from lots and lots of high school students. And I should say, I also have 2 high school students myself. But so Congress absolutely has an active role in passing regulation, in finally enforcing the Sherman Act as it was meant to be implemented. And I think what disturbed me the most about what the judge said in the decision in terms of the remedy is he seemed to be implying just yield. Just yield. This is a space that I don't know a whole lot about. This is sort of above my knowledge and my pay grade. And it reminded me of something that Speaker Johnson said a few weeks ago about letting military operations into our cities. And he said, just yield. Just let it happen. You are up against something that you are not going to be able to stop. And I think I took the seat of a real champion on antitrust, and that was David Cicilline, who was on the Judiciary Committee and chaired the subcommittee. And I was able to be on Judiciary Committee on the subcommittee because he ended up leaving Congress. But we are not using the power that we have in Congress. And so whether we are in the majority, and gosh, I hope we sure are, and get those gavels back and actually do something, but in this moment, we need to be seeking out more partners across the aisle, like Ken Buck, who left. But there are other people who are hearing the same thing from their constituents. You are letting them screw us over, and what are you going to do about it?
Are you seeing any will to just revive that movement? Because I think it was a few years ago we saw really big push for these kinds of tech antitrust laws to be passed, and since then, not a lot. Is the Google remedies ruling reviving any of that?
I think it is, because there's nothing like a picture of tech billionaires sitting behind the president at the inauguration. There's nothing like that for regular Americans to say, we are no longer the ones with the power. And so I do think there's an appetite, but I think we have to be laying the groundwork now in an inside game and an outside game. So the inside game, looking for those partners who are hearing the same thing, whether they're a Democrat or Republican. And also, we have to be more bold. And I think probably Senator Murphy said things along that line. I didn't catch everything that he was talking about. We have to be more bold when we have the gavels. And we also have to look for small wins along the way to build up to a movement. And then the outside game is I have to translate for regular Americans all the time when we're doing work in this space why it matters to them. And I take that role really seriously.
Great. Yeah, and then just to go back a little bit to some of the assumptions that the judge made in the Google search remedies ruling. Doha or Roger, whoever wants to answer, can you tell us a little bit about how you think through whether those assumptions are valid assumptions to make, and how far judges should go in trying to figure out what a world will be like with this technology that no one really knows what it will be used for?
So I'm a practitioner, and I try very hard to bring the practicalities of just like a sort of meat-eating lawyer, right, to all legal problems. And one of the things that struck me about the opinion is that it feigned a lot of concern about prediction when his actual job was to interpret the law. And the law is actually surprisingly well settled and clear on what a court that has found a monopolization offense is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to terminate the unlawful conduct. It's supposed to take reasonable measures to prevent the recurrence of the bad conduct. It's supposed to reestablish the conditions and opportunities for competition. And it's supposed to deny the monopolist the fruits of its conduct. And there are really serious and pernicious ways in which the remedies opinion does like a little bit of some of those things, but I don't think we can look at that opinion and believe that the court has fully discharged its obligation to reestablish the conditions and opportunities that are necessary for competition to take hold. And so what we have is an opinion that really stakes the future of search on AI. But I actually think it has it backwards, right? Like if you talk to the companies that are like the hyperscalers in AI, they're talking about taking the components of search, like an index, and leveraging it to make sure that they dominate the AI landscape. And so even though the opinion says, you know, Google is not supposed to repeat the same playbook, it has more or less gotten a green light to do much of the same thing in AI. I also think that there are really meaningful ways in which the actual conditions on the ground in the AI economy are not really being accounted for, right? 70% of Gen AI companies rely on Google Cloud, right? Google is already talking about using its search rankings to train its algorithm, right? That's going on in the DeepMind part of the business that spun off, or rather gave us the Gemini product. And so I worry that unless this decision is revisited and strengthened substantially, that we may have lost our opportunity to fix this market. But worse, we are banking it on a deeply speculative sort of inchoate market when we know that we have a multi-billion-dollar, very liquid search market that exists today and that people rely on today.
Yeah, and Roger, if you maybe want to add to that, and if there's any parallels you see to the outcome in the Microsoft case, and you know, if we could take anything from how that played out.
Well, I think on the law, the one really surprising win that we got was the idea that data sharing is not a liability finding under Trinco, but data sharing as a remedy is possible. That was really positive. And that was hard fought. Google strongly resisted the idea that data sharing could be a remedy because it can't be a liability. So I like the extension of that and the limitation of Trinco. But the flip side of that is he said, but product design can't be a remedy. And that, I thought that is strange. It's certainly not what the judge found in Epic Games. So there was a win, and I think there was a loss on like extending the liability findings with respect to that. I don't know, Doha, what you thought. Product design can't be a remedy seems really strange, I thought.
I thought, just top line, I thought that there were a lot of really positive developments on the law. I think that there is a very aggressive, difficult to justify sort of standard in the DC circuit for causation. And I think he did a really nice job cleaning up some of the logic of that opinion.
Although he dropped a footnote that said, I know there's a fourth goal of a remedy, and I'm just going to ignore that.
Ignore it, right. So, I mean, that is really
concerning. That? Like, how can you ignore a goal and try to hone so closely to Microsoft, you know?
Right. So that's very concerning, obviously.
I think the Microsoft analogy, what I don't think Google is doing is acting like, you know, Tim Wu talks about, you know, a judge on the beat looking over your shoulder, and that will discipline a company from doing bad things. You don't get the sense that Google or Apple or any of these big tech companies are acting like, oh, okay, we'll be Boy Scouts now. We're going to start acting better. You don't get the sense that the litigation has chastened them. That's not my sense. And so that's the biggest contrast, I would say. People say that Microsoft lawyers made Microsoft more cautious. It opened the door for new entrants to come in. Are we seeing that? Are we seeing more cautiousness on the part of these big tech companies to open the door? No, I think if there is startup innovation, it's in spite of, not because of the behavior of big tech.
If that's the case, then I guess what the argument you would make to someone who says, well, if there are these startups, these, you know, really big AI companies coming up and really doing something new, even in spite of Google's monopoly, how could that be? And is there really a need for intervention if that's the case?
I mean, what companies are we talking about? I mean, I'm being very genuine. I mean, you had Perplexity testifying in the DOJ's case about how it feared testifying. It had a trial subpoena. It had a legal obligation to show up and testify and tell the truth, and it was afraid of Google. And notwithstanding that, the court declined to impose anti-retaliation and anti-circumvention provisions, right? Perplexity, I think, gets like, 12 million queries a year. Google search has billions. And again, I think there's a big question about whether ChatGPT is actually eating into the search market. But ChatGPT is a centaur. It is backed by Microsoft, and it is only getting a tiny sliver of what Google search is currently doing in, again, this existing search market. And so again, I think that it is a wonderful thing to have markets where you can just sort of rely on market conditions to make sure the best companies win out. That is what antitrust is supposed to do. But the remedy decision has in large part failed to secure those conditions such that competition on the merits can flourish because of those dependencies that companies have on, as best as I can tell, 3 hyperscalers that are currently spending like a quarter to a third of CapEx on an AI market.
Yeah. I want to shift a little bit to discuss the role of tech influence in antitrust and in our system in general. And I'm going to start with Congresswoman Balint. We often hear tech companies talk about the threat from China, the need to stay competitive on the international stage. And I wonder how you think about that as a policymaker in terms of how to balance making sure that we keep these big American companies competitive on the international stage while also making sure we have a healthy competitive ecosystem within the U.S.
Well, I think it starts with having a healthy skepticism whenever someone tells you that their business, whatever it is in front of you, is dependent on particular circumstances or else they're not going to be able to thrive, right? The sky is always falling over Capitol Hill, right? Always, right? You're about to ruin their industry. They're about to ruin your company with one small decision that you're going to be made. So you have to start with a healthy skepticism. And of course, the whole point of antitrust work from where I sit is to make sure that there's a space for the little guy, to make sure there's a space for innovators. And I hear that all the time. Vermont is tiny. We are a state of small businesses. Everybody has a hustle on the side. It is a small business world. And so that should be driving also the work that we're doing in Congress. We should be thinking, how is this going to impact the smaller players, to Doha's point? And so I have been around the block one too many times, certainly with, coming up through the state legislature. It is always going to ruin whatever it is that they're telling you in front of you. So we do have a responsibility to make it more competitive, the way we are supposed to be in this country, the thing that we say that we are here. If we're not living those values, whether it's here at home or on the world stage, then we're not living those values, and we're not creating space for people to innovate. And I do think you can do both. It's not an either or, it's a yes and.
How do you overcome the role of tech money when it comes to lobbying on these issues? Just the force that they're able to send.
Were you listening into a phone conversation I had in the airport today? Look, it's omnipresent. You know this. It's not just that Americans don't feel like they have control over their lives. They absolutely feel like these big tech companies are pulling the strings in terms of what legislation is passed. I mean, let's think about how you had one lone vote, Ted Cruz, he wouldn't let it go, right? In terms of trying to prevent states, the laboratories of democracy, from having any kind of regulation around AI, a complete and total moratorium for 6 months, for a year, no, for 10 years, right? And so we have to be vigilant to make sure that we are enabling these players to at least have, I won't even say a fighting chance, just get their foot in the door. That's it.
Yeah, and we know corporate influence is not limited to Capitol Hill. Roger, I think many people in this room know.
Exhibit A, yeah, exactly.
Many people in this room are probably familiar with what you recently went through at the DOJ, where you were fired and later spoke out about what the role that you saw lobbyists playing in a merger deal that you felt like was not by the normal processes. So can you talk a little bit about what you are worried about here, and if there are any cases that you think are particularly maybe in jeopardy of the kind of influence that you saw while you were at the Antitrust Division?
Yeah, so there's a lot I can say, but I did my speech. I hope you all read my speech. A lot of people told me that. Thank you.
Give it up for the speech.
Yeah. One of the reasons I did this speech was because I thought this doesn't have to be the permanent story. I mean, if we highlight and make transparent the behavior that's happening, then it's a possibility that there could be some self-correction. And the reason I say that is just like the Democratic Party has coalitions, the Republican Party has coalitions. And a significant part of the Republican coalition are the populists, right? The populists are the sort of like the base voters that listen to Steve Bannon and want us to focus on the price of goods and services and lifestyle and housing and healthcare. Like, that's a huge part of the coalition. But of course, there's a lot of other elements. There's a really good Washington Post article on August 26th about the different elements of the Republican coalition. And of the 6 elements, populist is probably the largest and the broadest, but not the most powerful within the administration. The other elements are the traditional Republican, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Libertarians, the social conservatives, and then you have the sort of the new Republicans, the Maha crowd, right? And so there's like a variety of different elements that support the Republican Party. And really what's happening is they're fighting with each other within the administration. And there's not that, unlike the Biden administration that had a lot of populists in a lot of positions of power and throughout the antitrust enforcement, the populists are not a significant voice in power, even though they're the most significant part of the coalition from a voting perspective. And so what's happening, I think, the sixth group is the new tech right, like the tech billionaires on the right. So if you look at that group of 6, most of them are going to be against vigorous enforcement. Most of the other elements of that Republican coalition are going to be against vigorous enforcement. The Libertarians, the traditional Republicans, the tech bro on the tech bro right, they all are going to be against vigorous enforcement. And so the populists are sort of isolated within it, and the lobbyists are out in force, trying to basically beat back the reason that Gail Slater was put into place. Gail is fighting with one hand tied behind her back and with two less deputies. And so, but as I said to her, as I was leaving, I said, this is World War I. You know, this is trench warfare, where don't think you've lost the war just because you lost the battle. You're gonna lose some battles, you know, but that doesn't mean you lost the war. So keep fighting, because there are elements within the administration that are populist in orientation, and you've got the base, you know. And so I think the lobbyists are out in force, and most of the money is behind the other factions.
Can I just add to what you said, Roger, which I thought was spot on? And I think there is the opportunity right there, because there is a huge swath of the Democratic electorate as well that has become more populist. So there's an opportunity there. And that's why the language that we use matters. That's why the people that we are trying to talk to and bring in, why that matters, because there's an opportunity to forge an alliance between both those groups, but it's tough.
Roger, I think in your speech you had talked about how you didn't think that this was like a systemic issue in the administration. It was a personnel issue. I think for some people that might see tech CEOs and visiting the White House, dining with President Trump, you know, lobbyists roaming the halls of Congress, it's hard for them to believe that that's not something that's pervasive throughout the administration. So could you expand on, if you still think that's the case, why you think that's the case, and where your hope that these cases involving the tech companies will go forward comes from?
Well, yes. I mean, I said it doesn't have to be the permanent situation. It could become the permanent situation. It doesn't have to be. And one of the reasons I spoke out is, like, I'm one of the few people that have the power and has the insight to say, like, this is really, really bad. This should not be happening. And this is not the people that elected you into office want. This is not what they want. And so if there can be essentially a reset where the populist factions within the administration, which in some respects goes all the way to J.D. Vance, you know, I think that you would say that you know, the reason Gail Slater went to work for him is because she saw something about him. And so what I'm hoping will happen is that the lobbyists, including the K Street ones like Brian Ballard mentioned in the Wall Street Journal today, and Miller Associates, the K Street lobbyists and the MAGA lobbyists, I hope that they know that they do not have the ear of Gail Slater. And there's only so many times that they can play the nuclear option and go above her head and make fallacious arguments about national security or some other arguments. And so they're playing a very, very dangerous game, because they know that they're persona non grata in the Antitrust division because of what they did to her. And how many times are they really going to go above her head and argue national security or some other bogus argument that doesn't apply? I'm not saying national security would never apply in a merger analysis or something like that. But so I think that it's just too early to tell. We have to see what happens with changes in administration, right? When I say that, I mean, like, the cabinet will not remain the cabinet now that it is currently. And the DOJ leadership might not be the same DOJ leadership that it is now. And so if you view it as from a long game, there could be some changing perspectives about what happens. If they settle Ticketmaster on the cheap, that's going to absolutely outrage the base. Or if they go really soft on United Health or companies like, I mean, you can imagine stories. HPE is not like in the public mind the way some of these other companies might be. So that's my reflections, yeah.
Yeah, in that case, do you think that some of these larger cases are insulated from some of this influence, or they could just happen a different way?
Well, the strange thing about big tech is, even though I think the lobbying is clearly wrong, regardless of the position they're taking, some of these lobbyists like Mike Davis are unprincipled, and they'll just say, like, whoever has the biggest checkbook, I'll take a check from anyone. So it just so happens that Mike Davis is in favor of vigorous enforcement with big tech because that's who got to him first, right?
Say it.
And he's in favor of very, very light touch enforcement if that's who pays him for that particular case. So I think in the strange confluence of events, the right side got to Mike Davis first on big tech. I mean, the correct side got to Mike Davis first on big tech.
So just as we're starting to wrap up here, I think when we're talking about AI and tech and antitrust, we're often talking about where should we exercise restraint and let innovation and the markets just take over, and where should we intervene and try to unlock some unlocked power in the market. And I think recently we've kind of seen this discussion play out through the AI moratorium in Congress. Congresswoman Ballin, I'm wondering if you could just reflect on how you think about, where Congress should step in and where it should hold back, and your reflections on the moratorium.
So I feel very strongly that Congress needs to be a big player in algorithmic price fixing when it comes to rent. And we're having a horrible housing crisis in Vermont, one of the worst in the nation. We were already struggling before the pandemic, and then during the pandemic, a lot of folks moved up from the major metropolitan areas, bought up existing housing, and has priced everybody out of the market. And then they realized, oh gosh, I don't actually want to be here in the winter because it's Vermont. We'll just Airbnb them. And so we're in an acute situation right now. And so I know that it is about supply, but it's also about prices. And I hear this from every corner of Vermont right now. We need to do more to hold these landlords accountable who are colluding. That's what it is. It is algorithmic colluding. And so I'm very excited to be partnering once again with Senator Wyden on our bill to bring an end to that practice. And I know certainly Amy Klobuchar has a bill that is also looking at algorithmic collusion. But this is a place, people get this. They want us to be more active in this space.
Doha, when it comes to the enforcement side of things, how should enforcers be thinking about when is the right time to bring a case? When is the right time to use antitrust as the tool? Especially just seeing how, 5 years ago, these Google cases were filed, and 5 years later, the world almost seemed to change with the rise of ChatGPT, which didn't exist when those cases were filed. How does antitrust combat that kind of pace of change?
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think the world has changed enough to obviate the need for antitrust enforcement on search or any of the sort of other legacy digital monopolies. I think to understand this, it's actually better to zoom out a little bit. I think that there are so many areas of law and policy where we have subordinated actual law on the books and important policies in service of the AI race. And so just from my vantage point, we are supposed to give up jobs. The AI CEOs tell us like once a week that jobs are going to go away. And then they sort of like try to do cleanup and say, no, but there's going to be more better jobs. But a lot of jobs are going away. Fine. There's IP. We have to subordinate the property rights of content creators also in service of AI. Electricity and energy. There are towns in the Sun Belt that are not able to have like water running properly and be connected to the grid 24 hours a day reliably, also in service of AI and its energy demands. There's export controls, right? National security is already being compromised by this administration in service of a supposed AI race. We're apparently going to clear all the mergers in service of the AI race. And then there's consumer protection. We allow chatbots and other sort of computer and software-based technologies to have absolutely heinous, harrowing conversations with our children.
Yes.
With our children and the most vulnerable among us, also in service of AI. Meanwhile, that's just the domestic policy. The administration has already moved extremely quickly on the geopolitical front to make sure that the conversion of crypto interests and AI interests and energy and foreign located sovereign wealth funds are going to come together to essentially have nodes of control and AI infrastructure located in places such as the Gulf. And so to me, the question is not enforcement. The time for enforcement, I think it's always a good time for enforcement, right? But I think that AI may well be having its NAFTA moment, right? At the time that all of these companies are making promises to Americans about how so many great things are on the horizon and jobs are going to be better and there's going to be so much great stuff if we just yield, right, our rights, our civil liberties, our economic opportunities, our economic liberty. Meanwhile, you see more dependency problems, right, by locating this infrastructure outside of the United States and in places with very permissive, regulatory schemes and civil rights schemes and so forth. And so, it's the question, I think, is beyond just enforcement at this point. And I think that this administration's really sinister superpower is that they have been so good at taking power away from Congress, and in many cases, Congress has rolled over and yielded its power to the executive branch. And we have courts that have either been enfeebled, right, in the case of certain remedies decisions, but also a Supreme Court that is willing to use its shadow docket, right, to save the administration from injunctions seeking to curb its worst excesses. And so to me, I think that this problem, if you were going to diagnose it properly, it rhymes with a lot of just broader national issues. And so it's going to take everything to right the ship.
Can I just add two quick comments? One, choose your venue better. Doha chose a rocket docket for ad tech. Joe and Jonathan Cantor chose a rocket docket for ad tech, and it went way, way, way faster than the search case. And so we shouldn't be choosing venues that just the time is going to take so long that we can't get to the decision before circumstances have changed. And then secondly, the state AGs have been stepping up, and they need to step up even more, because the lobbyists don't know all of the Republican or Democratic state AGs. I know that for a fact. And they don't have relationships with the Republican or the Democratic state AGs. And you should think of the Republican state AGs as closer to some of the senators that are friendly about aggressive antitrust enforcement. And so I think the state AGs, I've already talked to state AGs about this on both sides, and they need to give the federal enforcers some buffer and some protection, because notice the settlements are better when state AGs are involved. So.
Great. And then just in our last minute here, I think a lot of what we're talking about here is just how equipped the system is to deal with the emerging both opportunities and challenges that come with AI and, antitrust as a tool in that. So I guess could each of you just very briefly in one or two sentences say, how equipped do you think our legal system is to deal with what's to come with AI, and maybe one thing that you think would help it be better prepared? Whoever wants to start.
Mine's pretty easy. Congress needs to take back its damn power. I mean, it's the framers never imagined, to your point, that people would just roll over. It's not even that he's taking power. They are giving their power away, hand over fist. They are not thinking at all about the people that they represent. And so for us, the battle is trench warfare. It is day by day, week by week, just trying to bring some of our colleagues back to their senses and realize that they have the power of the purse, that they have power of regulation, and they have given it all away to a deeply, deeply flawed man who does not care about them, their futures, or the future of their constituents, period. Full stop.
Roger, Doha, do you have any last word you want to share?
One thing we could do is be very discerning about who we're putting on the bench on our side. We do a really great job of, and that's not a criticism of any like particular individual. It's actually an observation that I've made for many, many years. We are, as Dems, we are protectors of civil rights and civil liberties, and I believe in all of those things deeply. But I think that part of claiming the economic liberty mantle means that we can do a really great job, and a much better job, at least, of vetting the opinions about economic power and monopolies. I understand there are some senators who are going to speak at this conference. Their QFers should just be like, is there a market power requirement for Robinson-Patman Act cases, right? Is there a market share requirement for monopolies? I mean, we ask really specific questions about all manner of things. All manner of things. Let's ask them about antitrust, right? And in DC in particular, this is an executive branch issue because the White House, right, we don't have senators, the White House counsel's office helps pick the judges in DDC and the DC circuit. And so this is a politically achievable, I think, important step to take.
So I'll just be very brief. Politics is about the art of the possible. I think law enforcement on antitrust is also about the art of the possible. And so don't assume that people across the aisle will not categorically be aligned with you. I mean, there will be people that could be aligned with you. There's coalitions that are close enough together in the middle that you would say, like, I'm closer to that person on the right than I am with this person over here that's part of the like Silicon Valley caucus on the left, you know? And so I would say that you would basically take your wins where you can, and you'll be surprised. I mean, you'll be surprised that Marsha Blackburn, for example, is concerned about deepfakes in the entertainment industry and is going to stand up to Ted Cruz, right? Because she said, I don't want that. I want to have a state law that can actually protect my entertainers in Nashville, Tennessee. That's just like being creative about who can be on your side on certain issues. So that's what I would say. I would say that that would be true in the plaintiff bar, on the private side, state AG side, and in the federal side. There'll be different elements of the Trump administration that will be aligned with you and that will not be aligned with you. So, yep.
Great. Well, thank you all so much.
Yeah. Wonderful to meet you.
Great job. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Great job. Thanks.
Oh, that was good.
No, you did a good job.
They're never going to be on top. Like,
Thank you.
You gotta turn it again, right?
I have to turn it.
Second. I gotta turn it again in a second, right?
Oh yeah, because we have another panel. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Yeah, that's true. Okay, we have one more panel today. So stretch, responding to the feedback. We do have an overflow room. If it's feeling tight in here, reminder of the overflow. And there's going to be food at the happy hour. Ask and you shall receive. Okay. But if everybody could take their seat so we can get to our last panel. We have this panel, and then we have the awards, which, as I mentioned before, are going to include some remarks from our awardees. So definitely want to stick around for that before happy hour. But yeah, if everybody could take their seat and quiet down a little bit, and we will start with the final panel. But thank you again to the last one. Actually, round of applause for the last panel too. Apologies. It's not easy, as I think all of them accomplished in calling out the role of money and the lobbying and the big corporations that are trying to influence a lot of policymaking. But all of them, I do think, showed tremendous courage in speaking to their experience and in pushing for a U.S. government that's going to be better. So we all look forward to that. Okay. I think now the only chatter is coming from our actual panel. So we're ready to get started. So please join me in welcoming our final panel. This next one is called Recharging the Utility Sector. And I think you've probably heard utilities mentioned a couple of times already this afternoon. This is a new area of focus for us at Economic Liberties, and it's one that is feeling like now you can't really open the news without seeing a different article on data center, utility, cost of electricity. I know in Columbus where I live, it's a very big issue and one that a lot of the general public is starting from necessity to have to pay closer attention to. So we're incredibly excited to bring together this conversation of experts and those who have worked in industry. I will invite all of our panelists to the stage, including our moderator, Megan Nutting. Okay, yeah, we've got a lot of hype for the utilities panel. We like that. Megan Nutting's a veteran of the renewable energy industry and is currently the founder and principal at Altitude Strategies Consulting, and my friend, so I'm always happy to see her. Congressman Josh Riley represents New York's 19th district. Looking forward to his comments. Travis Kavula, also here, leader in the energy industry. And like I mentioned before in the healthcare, we've been adding our senior fellows to educate us as an organization, Economic Liberties, to learn more. And Mark Ellis has been part of that on the utilities front for sure. So we're excited to have him. He has lots of other roles that Megan will into, but the one that matters most to me is that he's a senior fellow at Economic Liberties. Megan, I'll turn it to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited about this panel. A lot of the monopolies, or all of the monopolies we've been talking about so far today and that we'll talk about tomorrow, are monopolies that sort of just de facto exist, that are probably illegal, that are, that we need to push back on. The thing with electric monopolies is they are legal. They are legal because they're regulated. I'm going to put that in quotation marks. They're regulated. And I think that's the crux of the issue here. This is recharging the utilities sector panel, but I want us to be rethinking the utilities sector as part of this conversation. Really quickly, I want to introduce our panelists a little bit more. Representative Riley, to my left, represents New York's 19th district. In response to constituent concerns about rate increases, he has become one of the most informed and outspoken and active members of Congress fighting for fair utility pricing, which obviously we hear about, as Morgan said, constantly. Travis, next to him, Travis Kavula, is a former regulator. He was the chair of the Montana PSC. For those of you unaware, there are state public utility commissions or public service corporations, or they have different names. They all have sort of PSC or PUC in them. About a third are elected and about 2/3 are appointed by the governor. And these are the people that work, usually 3 to 5 of them, work to set rates, work to oversee utilities. Of course, many of them end up going to work for the utilities that they ultimately have regulated or have regulated. So Travis was chair of the Montana PSC, and then he now is the vice president of regulatory affairs at NRG. And then we have Mark Ellis, who, as Morgan said, is a senior fellow at the American Economic Liberties Project. He's the reason we're having this conversation. He brought electricity to them as a monopoly-related issue. He also has held roles at, every famous company you can think of: Sempra, McKinsey, Exxon, Southern California Edison, Sanyo. And he is often a witness in utility regulatory proceedings, where, from what I gather, he is extremely unpopular with the utilities themselves. So because I want to give us a little bit of a basis for understanding this conversation. Utilities, once again, are often considered natural monopolies. They are legal monopolies, regulated monopolies. But what does that mean in practice? I want to set a baseline of understanding. So Mark, could you kind of start, and then with assistance from our other two panelists, tell us what regulation or rate making is with respect to utilities.
Sure. So basically the idea behind regulation and regulation of utilities is it's called cost of service regulation. Sometimes you hear cost plus regulation. It's not. It's cost of service regulation. And the basic principle is that whatever it costs for the utility to keep the lights on or to deliver the next molecule of natural gas, that's what they're allowed to recover in rates. Basically, no more, no less. Pretty straightforward. And in principle, there's another fundamental principle, cost of service, the other fundamental principle of regulation. And it's not a legal principle, but more the spirit of regulation is that regulation is a surrogate for competition. So that has two implications. One is that, hey, where there can be competition, we should, and we've seen a lot of activity in that direction. So for example, in many states they have, you have a monopoly who controls the wires, but you can pick the supplier. In Texas and in many other states, PJM, there's a competitive market for the wholesale generation of electricity. So regulation is a surrogate for competition, and then cost of service regulation. Cost of service is pretty straightforward, right? You just add up all their costs, roughly, and Travis can speak to more detail about this, roughly you divide it by the number of kilowatt hours sold, and that's what you bill customers. That's how you set the rates. So we can think about the cost structure in two different components. The first component is ongoing operating costs, right? So those are things like salaries, fuel, rent, taxes. You kind of incur them on an annual or even a monthly basis. You divide them by the number of kilowatt hours and pass them through pretty much as incurred. As we know, though, utilities are a very capital-intensive business. They invest in very long-lived assets, right? They last 10, 20, 30 years. Power plants, pipelines, all the lines that, the transmission lines you see overhead, the meters at your curb and so forth. So those, they say, hey, you don't get to recover them in the year they're incurred, and that's for two reasons. The first is because it would cause spikes in the rates. If they build a new power plant or, multi-billion-dollar power plant, they don't want rates to spike in any given year. Another reason, and this is common to many businesses, they want to make sure that the utility has an incentive to maintain and operate that facility for its full useful life. And if they collect all the money in year one, then they're just like, hey, they'll let it, especially when they make money on building more stuff, they'll just let it go to pot and replace it. So they basically say you can recover it over the useful life of the asset. That's all businesses do that. It's called depreciation and amortization. It's a standard in accounting. So they recover their capital costs. That's the return on their capital. And naturally they say, well, wait a minute. Time has money. Time is worth money. I deserve a return on that capital investment. So in addition, they get to recover a return on capital, right? And that is sort of the focus. That return on capital is where all the utility profits are. So utilities fight tooth and nail for that return on capital. About another minute more, and I'll try to close out this explanation. The return on capital is composed of two components. Like most other businesses, they finance their infrastructure with a combination of debt and equity. And the debt, the return on capital, is pretty simple. It's just whatever the interest rate is on the loan, whether it's a bond or a bank loan. They just say whatever you pay for interest, you just roll that through into rates. They typically use about 50% debt, 50% equity, so the remaining 50% is shareholder capital, equity. And that, there's no market price or contractual price, they have to estimate it. The good news is that, hey, there's well-established models and frameworks for estimating the cost of equity capital because it's not unique to utilities that they have to estimate the cost of equity capital. The bad news is that it's set by the regulator at a level that's nearly double the actual market-based cost of equity. Now remember, it's cost of service regulation, not cost plus regulation. It's been known literally for 50 plus years that the authorized ROE is well above because you can see it in their stock prices. And it's been it's been acknowledged on both sides of the aisle. So you have articles from, research and papers and articles from people like President Carter's deregulation czar and people like Peter Navarro and even the recently retired FERC chairman, Mark Christie, also acknowledges, hey, like we're doing something wrong on the cost of equity. James Danley, Assistant Secretary of Energy, also former FERC commissioner, acknowledges like, hey, this is a problem. And it's basically continued. Despite all this widespread acknowledgement that there is a problem. The reason why it's a problem is two reasons. The first one is it's an immediate increase of about 10% in your rate. So it's a few $100s per customer per year for a residential customer. More importantly, it creates a very, very powerful incentive for utilities to invest as much as they possibly can. So basically for every dollar of shareholder capital they spend, it turns into $2 in their stock price. So that's like the deal of the century, right? And so utilities just will keep doing that as much as they can. So Apologies for the long-winded answer.
We're
but
going to move on to the next.
Yeah.
So you all have a basis now on a crash course in utility regulation. It is complicated, and there are games being played, is the bottom line. I want to move over to Representative Riley. It is I've engaged in a number of rate cases throughout my career, and it is very rare for elected officials to get involved because they often don't want to push back against the appointed or elected officials that run the Public Utility Commission. So, hearing and reading about your work has been extremely impressive. Tell us about what your experience has been like getting involved in rate cases. What have you seen? Have you been successful? What has it been like pushing back against utilities? What has it been like?
Well, I think in your introduction of Mark, one of the things you said is that he appears in a lot of cases and he's very unpopular with the utility companies and the regulators, and I think that's probably one of the highest compliments anybody can give you.
It is.
And I think I'm probably in that space as well. Mark was actually really helpful to me in rate case. So I represent one of the most rural districts in the country, the 17th most rural district in the country, 11 counties, 5 media markets, and we have 3 utility monopolies. And so I have lots of opportunities to engage on this. Mark was really helpful in prepping me for one of the recent rate cases. And I showed up I intervened as a party in the hearing. And I showed up, and when you go to when you go to a wedding, and it's not the referee, the officiant says, it's not, that would be a different thing. It could be a referee. It's the officiant. The officiant says speak now or forever hold your peace, and everybody forever holds their peace. Well, it kind of felt like that, where I came in and the judges said, does anybody have any objections to this? And everybody sat there on their hands, and I said, I've got a lot of problems with this deal. Y'all are raising rates on folks who are really struggling to get by. All the utility monopolies in my district are owned by foreign corporations, and literally, this is what happened. It was July 31st of last year. The foreign corporation that owns Central Hudson is called Fortis. They announced to their shareholders, big splashy presentation, pats on the back, champagne bottles popping everywhere, that they had just made $1.3 billion annualized in profits. The very next day, they didn't even have the decency to wait a couple of days. The very next day, Central Hudson announced that it was going to jack up rates on the people I represent again. And they've just been getting away with this over and over and over, year after year. And I said, we've got some questions we got to ask you. I was at the county fair in Sullivan County a couple of weeks ago, and a woman came up to me. I don't think she knew that I was her congressman. She definitely didn't know what my political party was, but she came up to me and she said, aren't you the guy that's fighting against the utility companies? It was like the nicest thing anybody said to me. She's a single grandma raising her grandkids, and she just got a $900 NYSEG bill last week out of nowhere. And it's month after month, families are sitting down at the kitchen table and they're getting punched in the face by these utility bills. And so I showed up at this thing, and I had what I thought was the single most obvious question that anybody could ask these people. When you filed this rate case and asked to jack up prices on the folks I represent, did you even think about the fact that the day before your parent corporation announced $1.3 billion in profits? Did you think about it? Did you just go ahead and do this notwithstanding that? Are you just so oblivious that you just decided to do it anyway? And the reaction to what I thought was the single most obvious question that my constituents have was amazing to me. Everybody in the room objected, so you can't ask that question. The ALJs lectured me. So you can't, what do you don't.
Administrative law judge.
Yeah, the administrative law judge just lectured me. They finally let me get the question out, and the executive for Central Hudson said, well, all of that, and you can find the transcript, he said, all of that is, quote, completely irrelevant. We're doing something really wrong in this country when a bunch of foreign corporations can come in, buy our utility companies, pad their profits, jack up our rates, and the regulators put their heads in the sand. The last thing I'll say real quick on this, later this week, and I don't know if I'm making news here, but later this week, I'm introducing the Keep the Lights Local Act. We are going to ban foreign corporations from buying up American utility companies.
That's exciting. That's extremely exciting. All right, Travis. So monopolies are supposed to be highly regulated. What happens if regulation and oversight fails? What does that look like?
Well, typically, unfortunately, you usually don't realize it until it's too late. It's the kind of proverbial frog in the gradually warming water. But it's a confluence of a few of the incentives, one of which Mark talked about, which is that, there exists in this ingrained system of economic regulation and a strong incentive for the more you spend, the more you make. And that is certainly something we've seen over the course of time. Most ordinary businesses would seek to economize by buying things on the cheap, making them last longer. Those are exactly the opposite incentives of regulated utility industries, who gain their greatest profits the first year they own something. The more expensive, the better. And then the second perverse incentive follows for that. The more efficiently you use something, it doesn't matter to your profits. In fact, it can be deleterious to your profits because it might avoid incremental capital expenditures that would earn you a greater profit. And then finally, it creates the third incentive that I'm sure we'll get to as well, which is the desire to sort of monopolize and own directly everything that you would need to. There's plenty of industries in the rest of the economy that could be rented out to by the regulated utility industry, but because you only earn a return on the capital investments that you yourself have made that are not operating expenditures farmed out to someone else, it creates this desire for a constant sort of expanding of the tent of the monopoly enterprise as it exists. And then finally, a lot of these monopolies have sort of depended upon abundance or a free flow of goods from upstream suppliers who tend to be less regulated. We've gone through a period up until 2 years ago when the actual supply of energy was less costly than it had been, and so they think of the less costly goods sold as giving them headroom to increase the sort of basic structure of their profits. And that, unfortunately, is what has happened, so that when we finally sort of hit a period of scarcity in energy supplies we have now, you have this sort of deregulated upstream market for the commodity coalescing with this bloated kind of monopoly infrastructure environment to create the rate pressures that Mark and the congressman are talking about. And so here we are. And it kind of, it's in a way it's too late to unwind some of the bad spending that's taken place. It's difficult to discipline what is a competitive market upstream, and you have a set of institutions that, unlike the other industries the conference has talked about so far, tend to be regulated at the state level and generally pretty under-resourced relative to their federal agency counterparts. There exists, as I think has just been alluded to, a huge information asymmetry between the people who probably know best what things should cost and under-resourced state regulatory institutions who are in the legal position of determining what things ought to cost as a matter of rate making. And so we're, Megan, we're in an unpleasant environment, and I think now we're belatedly realizing that something isn't working in the system, but part of it is due to the perverse incentives that have been in place for many decades that people are only lately becoming aware of, I think.
And I think there's obviously a lot of power that's, coalesced within the utilities, a lot of financial power, political power. And so they obviously have some rent-seeking interest in continuing the system as is. So it's hard to go up against it as these three often do and are incredibly brave to do. Mark, in one of our conversations, we were talking about how energy is a natural monopoly. That's kind of the assumption a lot of people make. And you pointed out that, well, maybe not. Maybe nothing is a natural monopoly, in fact. And if it's not, how would we introduce more competition into the electricity sector and the finance of the electricity sector, which I know you've written and spoken about?
Yeah, I think during that conversation, it was more just a thought experiment. So I mentioned before, President Carter's deregulations are a guy named Alfred Kahn. So airlines, trucking, and so railroads and so forth, that whole process of deregulation started under his watch. AT&T was another monopoly that was broken up. And you think about how much, those who were around and remember that time period, it was in the mid-'80s, I think, and within 15 years we had the internet, and within 25 years we had those miracles in our pocket, cell phones, right? After we broke up AT&T. So it's really just a thought experiment. You know, these industries that we think, oh, they're natural monopolies. Maybe not. You know, if we had gone in a different way it dates back to the structure of natural monopoly dates back to Thomas Edison's day, and makes you just wonder if we had gone in a different direction, allowed more competition, would we be in a qualitatively very different place today? I don't know. But there is still plenty of scope, right? Regulation is a surrogate for competition. Where there can be competition, there should. So when they formed these natural monopolies, they bolted onto it a financing monopoly, right? And so I talked about they finance roughly 50-50 debt and equity. The financing monopoly that's bolted onto the natural operating monopoly is only for the equity, not the debt. The debt, they go to market. No utility would ever go to the regulator and say, oh yeah, I'm going to, you know, my parents charging me 7% interest on the debt, and that's what I want to recover. It's just a given that they're going to go to the market and try to get the best rate. Just like when they buy a fleet of trucks, they try to get the best rate. So that natural monopoly regulated rate of return structure, we've had it for 100 years. Financial markets are a lot more sophisticated than they were back in the days of, you know, Edison and JP Morgan setting up, you know, Con Ed and other utility businesses that we have today. And basically that's one area that's, you know, very easy to introduce competition, right? So instead of having the regulator set the ROE, you can basically put it out for bid. And we know that investors would be willing to accept returns dramatically lower. I know because I've talked to them. And, you know, long-term retirement type investors would say, yeah, I'd love to be able to invest directly into the utility operating company at a regulated rate of return. I don't need 10 to 11%. Would we do it for much lower? And this is an idea that I've been working on for about a year. And if people here, some of you probably read Matt Stoller's newsletter, talked about Congressman Riley's experience. And at the end, he talked about this. Why can't we invest directly in the operating company? So that's actually something I'm doing. I'm actually setting up a fund. For the lawyers here, I'm not soliciting investment, but I am setting up a fund. Basically, it's a standing offer. So when the utility comes in and says, I need, 10.4%, which I testified in Dominion, that's what they're asking for, we can say, no, we'll do it for less. And, one of the key arguments that the utilities make is, oh, if you lower our profits, we won't be able to raise capital. And so we kind of just put that to bed. We get rid of this whole debate, dueling experts, and hide the football and everything that the congressman experienced in. It's not unique to New York. I can tell you that's how it works pretty much everywhere. We just put that to bed, take it off the table. So, again, regulation is a surrogate for competition. There's a lot of focus, of course, on distributed energy and wholesale markets and so forth. But the financing model hasn't been revisited in 100 years. And that's what I think is just ripe. It's very easy to do. No new laws, no new regulation, no new technology. You can do it today.
And Mark has also written a paper called Rate of Return Equals Cost of Capital. He's made it very accessible. It's online. It's only 20 pages. That is required reading for tonight when you get home. I highly recommend it. And Travis is also prolific in his writing and very entertaining on Twitter. So I recommend you follow him as well. Representative Riley, can you sort of talk about the tension that there is between rates and utility profits, and how do we push? I think we know who wins, just given your previous story. How do we push back on that?
Yeah, well, I think this is the crux of the issue. You have this system that has been built over time, and it's dominated by lobbyists and regulators, and requires a massive amount of technical expertise and technical knowledge. And all of these rates are being set over in that world. What Mark talked about, and what I think we, as Congress, we really have to do is make sure that the return on equity that's authorized by the Commission actually fairly reflects what the actual costs are. So there's all these things that need to be changed in that highly technical world that these rates are being set. But at the end of the day, like the problem is there's this massive disconnect. We can fix a lot of stuff in that world, and we should. But at the end of the day, the problem is that world is so disconnected from the conversations that the folks I represent are having at the kitchen table. I grew up in a little town called Endicott in upstate New York. It's across the river from Vestal, which Alvaro Bedoya went to Vestal, and I will have you all know the Union Endicott Tigers better than the Vestal Golden Bears.
Noted.
Every day of the week, factory town, everybody worked in the plants. And, I remember growing up, And my folks would sit down every week at the kitchen table, and they had, and the way they would do the budget is they'd have these envelopes out right on the table. One of them was for the layaway for the school clothes down at Kmart. One of them was for the mortgage. One of them was for the family vacation. One of them was for the utility bills. And you put money into each envelope so you can pay the bill every week. And what's happening now for those families is they're getting hit with these utility bills, the prices that are coming out of nowhere. There's the transparency around that is completely lacking, and it's taking up more and more and more money in that bill. And the thing that pisses us off is that we know for a fact that a whole bunch of that money that's going into that envelope is then getting picked up and shipped overseas to these foreign corporations that own our utility companies. NYSEG, the biggest utility monopoly in the district that I represent, just a month or two ago, demanded another rate hike. And when they did, I sent them a letter with a whole bunch of questions, and I said, how much of this money is going overseas? Because it should be going in the pockets of the electrical workers. It should be staying in the pockets of that single grandma in Sullivan County. How much of this money is going overseas? And they said, don't worry about it. It's not that much. In fact, this is a great deal for you all, they told us. There's a great deal for you all that you're owned by this thing. I went back after that and read through the reports. It turns out that at the same time they were demanding a rate increase on the folks that I represent, they sent a $450 million dividend to Iberdrola in Spain. And so that's the tension. It's in the real world, folks are trying to fill up that envelope, and it's harder and harder to do because some of the money they're putting in that envelope, instead of being able to keep it in their own pocket, it's being shipped off overseas. No corporate PACs. We got to ban corporate PACs. I've got a bill to do that. No more revolving doors. These people who work in the industry then going in and being the regulators. Campaign finance reform. We got to overhaul the whole thing and start thinking about it.
And yeah. And no more ratepayer funds for lobbyists and trade associations. I saw an estimate recently that I think about 15 to 20% of utility bills are estimated to go to utility profits. PG&E in California, I think, has raised rates 6 or 8 times in the past year. So they're constantly going in for rate increases and rate cases. And once again, a lot of those are going to shareholders.
Just a correction, it's 25% when you include the taxes.
Love that correction.
It's 25% when they include the taxes.
Worse than you thought.
All right, it's worse than I was. Yeah, I thought that was a low estimate. I was trying to be generous, but why be generous? 25% of your bills are profits. Travis, there have been conversations about other approaches to managing utilities. And I know you've been, sort of a leading speaker on a lot of these deregulation, performance-based regulation. Can you talk about quarantining the monopoly? Can you talk about some of the alternatives that people have discussed in trying to limit utility control and profits?
Yeah, you bet. And I think there's 2 principles to bring to bear on this. I mean, first, you shouldn't allow the monopoly to have a larger ambit than is necessary, right? And in still a lot of places today, utilities did not undergo the restructuring that happened 30 or 40 years ago that Mark was alluding to. They still have very expansive instituted monopolies under state regulation that include things like power generation, which really should not be a monopoly, and the retailing of power. I mean, ideally, a regulated utility will ultimately have a poles and wires company, and, theorists can disagree about whether or not even that should be a monopoly. But if you assume that there should be poles and wires, you should have a system of common carriage where the generators upstream, the retailers downstream, can pay access fees at a regulated rate to that monopoly in order to transit what is otherwise a competitive business across the grid. But it's a patchwork. There is no national energy policy that sets the industry up in that way, and only about 15 states have actually fully opened to competition, the upstream and downstream, and have prevented those parts of the industry from having recourse to a captive base of customers through the kind of rate proceedings the Congressman is talking about. And then for the remaining monopoly, the monopoly that inevitably you'll have to economically regulate in some way and have government set prices for, it kind of comes down to aligning the incentives correctly. And we've kind of lost because I think a lot of people look at this industry and it's like, oh, we had this era of restructuring and deregulation, so didn't these problems solve themselves? But no, I mean, a big part of the economy is still, in the energy sector, is still based on price setting by government regulators, and there doesn't exist an incredibly large faculty of talent to do that in a particularly wise way. I know, being a former Republican elected commissioner, you'd often run into Republicans who had this kind of cognitive dissonance where they'd be like, well, I'm a Republican and that means I'm pro-business, and this utility, after all, is a business, so I just kind of like give them whatever they want, right? It's like, well, no, I guess I was the type of Republican who's like, this is just a client of the state the entirety of whose revenue derives from governmental rate-making decisions. So let's think seriously about the incentives that they have. And so performance-based regulation is one way to do that, making them wear, frankly, kind of the big boy pants and setting rates or a budget for the utility that persists over 5 or 6 or 7 years and makes them manage to that budget rather than coming in for the kind of serial rate requests that have been alluded to before. Those things are important steps in the right direction. They're steps that other jurisdictions around the world have adopted in utility regulation, but which America, in clinging to this old style of cost of service regulation, really has not done. And the most troubling trend, Megan, really is that rather than going in some sense in the right direction, some of the trends are going in the wrong direction. I think there's a tendency, as state governments become more and more strapped for cash, but still want to keep the clean energy transition going, that they end up looking to utilities and their rates to be a house for the good things that they want to do. But it ends up being a terrible bargain, because then the utility becomes responsible for things like HVAC and electric vehicle charging and other things that ends up actually broadening the ambit of the monopoly, which is going to pose real political economy problems over time, rather than trying to restrict the ambit of the monopoly and have a well-regulated quarantine the monopoly model that's ultimately going to be more aligned with the incentive of everyday ratepayers. I'll just end by saying, like, the whole reason we allow these utility monopolies to exist as investor-owned companies in the first place is the idea that the higher returns that are paid for equity shareholders have some level of risk in return for the reward of the proposition, and I have yet to see any meaningful disallowance ever occur in this industry, but for 2 or 3 cases. So it ends up, I mean, if we're going to do it that way, whatever monopolies that remain, we should have I can't believe I'm saying this being a Fortune 500 company, you'd probably have a serious conversation about making them publicly owned power companies, if we're not going to insist that they own up to the risk of that business model and actually face a risk in return for the equity rewards that they gain out of the system.
All right, so I don't think we want to expand the control of monopoly utilities. And also, just to point out, publicly owned utilities like co-ops, munis sometimes tend to have 10 to 20% lower rates than these monopolies that we're talking about regulating. And so electricity provision in the United States is tricky. It's provided by vertically integrated monopolies or monopolies in restructured states. It's munis and co-ops and publicly traded companies. And engaging in these rate cases is complicated. It's a sort of semi-judicial type of, hearing. There's an administrative law judge, there's discovery, you have to be granted intervener status. It's tricky and it's expensive to engage in these rate cases, which is where rates are decided and where utility profits and rates of return are decided. So short of everyone in this audience becoming an intervener in their local rate case, can you all, starting with Representative Riley, tell me, how can people get involved? How do we push back on utility profits? How do we keep rates low? What can people do? And what are you doing? You already mentioned your legislation.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things. One is, we just started this rate case with NYSEG, and right after that case was filed, I intervened in the case, and I filed a motion to require NYSEG to have public in-person hearings across the district so that people can come. And I think it's important for these regulators and for these utility companies to hear directly. You know, I launched an investigation into the utility companies a couple of months ago, and within 48 hours, we had 2,000 people who had never engaged with my office before wrote in with heartbreaking stories about having to cut back on groceries so that they could keep the lights on. And so one of the things I'm going to do is encourage my constituents to participate in that. At a higher level, you know, here in Washington, I just think the work that AELP is doing is so important. I was looking at the lineup for this conference, and it's some of the people I look up to in the House who are really taking this fight to the most powerful special interests in this place. I think it all comes back to the corruption in politics. We got to get rid of the corporate PACs and overturn Citizens United to return power to people. But in the meantime, while we're working to do that, having a home like this where everybody's kind of committed to that vision, I think is also really important. So continue to come to conferences like this and be engaged in this sort of thing. It really, really matters.
Travis, what can people do?
Kind of a ditto to that. I mean, most of these utility commissioners at the state level don't generally get to hear from members of the public, and you know, you probably shouldn't send them emails that are like all caps blasts about their utility rates. But one practical thing. I mean, a lot of people here and listening at home are probably members of civic associations or other trade associations whose members are small independent businesses that use energy. Utility commissioners should be on your list of invited speakers for the standing meetings of your organization, because I guarantee you these people are hearing all the time from the interests they regulate and very little because those interests are highly concentrated. 100% of their revenue derives from these people's decisions, but they're hearing infrequently from consumers. So any chance to get those obscure government office holders in front of like actual consumers to just hear concerns is going to be a positive. And then people like AELP and others who offer up good ideas and toolkits can kind of disintermediate the intellectual status quo that governs those institutions by offering up creative ideas that try to nudge rates a little bit lower in the more affordable direction for consumers.
Speaking of, Mark, you have a toolkit, correct?
Oh, yeah, AELP has a toolkit where we talk about different ways that people in the policymaking and public arenas, consumer advocacy arenas can participate and put pressure on utilities. I do want to say that one thing I found particularly compelling, Congressman Riley, in my opinion, is a hero because it takes a lot of courage to get up there and say, yeah, I'm just going to go ask tough questions at the utilities, at the commission. But I think you will agree it's a bit of an emperor's new clothes scenario where everybody kind of, agrees that, oh, this is how we do things, and the utilities rely on the fact that it's a very opaque process that very few people understand or even know what's going on. Those of you who are fans of Steven Pinker, he has a new book, When Everybody Knows What Everybody Knows. And the whole idea of the emperor's new clothes is when everybody knows that everybody knows, that's when the illusion falls away. So when everybody starts to know that everybody knows these utility proceedings are basically corrupt, that's when you'll start to get change. How do you get that everybody knows? You encourage your legislators, state and federal, to like, hey, go investigate what's going on, either intervening or holding hearings. The utilities have nothing to defend themselves with. It's all just a bunch of bogus arguments, but nobody ever challenges on them. They have to start being challenged in a public arena because they are very thin-skinned, and that's what gets them. That's what gets their attention, is when people shine a spotlight on what they're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you. With that, I think we're out of time. Thank you to the
Megan.
panel.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to our panel. And no one leave. We're doing awards. But I will just add one more thing. We're going to be releasing a guide on how to intervene. Yes, I agree. Congressman Riley, and thank you so much for your leadership, hero. But he should not be the only one. You don't have to be a federal elected official. In certain states, state elected officials, local, can all intervene and do the same thing that he's done in bringing attention, like Mark was saying, to the corruption of how our utilities are operating. So we'll be releasing that. Actually, Lily on my team is working on finalizing that, and look out for that in the next couple of weeks. All right. The moment of truth, our awards, our Economic Liberty Awards. We started giving awards last year for those of you who are here. A little bit of a twist this year is we're not just going to give the awards to people, we're going to let them talk about why they should get the awards. So look out for that. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. And the people who will be giving the awards, I have the honor of bringing to the stage Pat Garofalo, who is our incredible Director of State and Local Policy, and Alvaro Bedoya, former FTC Commissioner. You know we have a lot of talent in the room when the people that are presenting the awards could both be getting the awards for being amazing anti-monopoly champions. So Pat and Alvaro, take it away. Pat and Garofalo.
It's close. Thank you, Morgan. Hello, everybody. I realize we're all at a standing between you and happy hour, so we're going to make this as snappy as we can. As Morgan said, my name is Pat Garofalo. I'm the Director of State and Local Policy at the American Economic Liberties Project. When I founded the State and Local program at Economic Liberties more than 5 years ago, I did it with the belief that we would not only find significant anti-monopoly sentiment in communities across the country, but that there would be champions at all levels of government doing the work of challenging corporate power in their states, counties, and cities. People toiling away in the trenches, setting an example that the entire anti-monopoly movement could follow. And that turned out to be true beyond our wildest expectations. In state capitals, town halls, and AG offices, there are leaders working today on innovative policies that strike at the heart of corporate power, effectively communicating to their constituents the real effects monopolies have on their livelihoods and their quality of life. And one of the very best of them is Minnesota State Representative Emma Greenman. Representative Greenman sponsored crucial laws such as Minnesota's ban on non-compete agreements, which I'm going to come back to in just a moment, as well as its ban on junk fees, which is one of the most aggressive in the nation. She also champions key legislation to reform Minnesota's antitrust laws, protect independent grocers from price discrimination, and ensure patients can stand up to big healthcare conglomerates. Perhaps more importantly, she consistently draws clear lines showing the link between America's crisis of corporate concentration and its crisis of democracy, connecting the power that dominant corporations wield over policy to the powerlessness too many voters feel in their daily lives. Now, as I mentioned, Representative Greenman sponsored an economy-wide ban on non-competes, which was signed into law in 2023, making Minnesota the first state to enact such a wide-ranging ban in more than a century. During this year's legislative session, big corporations made a concerted effort to gut that law, pushing up and down the Minnesota government for loopholes and exemptions, making threat after threat, cowing elected officials with false warnings of impending doom and gloom. But thanks to the tireless work of Representative Greenman, along with a host of other elected officials, advocates, and workers from across the state, that effort failed. Minnesota's non-compete ban still stands, ensuring that all Minnesota workers have the freedom to take a new job or start their own small business on their terms, not the terms imposed on them by some corporate overlord. Representative Greenman said regarding the effort to protect the non-compete law that she's never worked so hard to ensure that nothing happened. But it was actually far more than nothing. It was proof that progress can be made and preserved, and that corporate dictates don't win the day if people and the elected officials who represent them take a stand together. I'm so honored to be able to work alongside her, and I think I can say at this point to call her a friend. I firmly believe that this country would be a much better place if every state had an Emma Greenman, or 2 or 3 or 5. Presenting Representative Greenman with the Economic Liberty Award is former FTC Commissioner and current Economic Liberties Senior Fellow Alvaro Bedoya, himself a veteran of the battles over non-compete agreements. Please welcome Minnesota State Representative Emma Greenman to the stage.
That right there. Maybe take the hammer off, depending on how this goes. If you all saw it, this beautiful hammer. Well, I am really honored and grateful to be here. And thank you, Pat. Thank you, Commissioner Bedoya, AELP, the conference partners, for this award in recognition of the work that we have done together in Minnesota to ban non-competes, and more importantly, the broader project of leveling the playing field for businesses, for small businesses, for entrepreneurs, for farmers, and everyday Minnesotans. And being in a room full of all of you, I feel like I have to admit that I'm not an economist, not a regulator, I'm not an antitrust lawyer. I'm just a voting rights lawyer who believes in the promise of people-powered democracy. At the ballot box, in our workplaces, and as a driver for a fairer, more equitable, people-centered economy. And that's what led me to this work. I ran for office to do two things: unrig our democracy and unrig our economy. And it turns out it's the same project. Because our democracy only works if voters actually believe they're the ones with the power. The people need to be calling the shots. And right now, that's an open question. Will we have government by the people or government by corporation? Right now, you go talk to any voters and they get it. Workers, small businesses, families, family farmers, consumers, pretty much everybody has a story of being nickeled and dimed, overcharged, underpaid by corporate power that has been unchecked by this democratic system. And voters, they are skeptical that government will do anything about it. And they know what's up. They see corporations getting bigger and richer. They see billionaires manipulating the policy and dictating the rules, using their power to amass immense amounts of not just economic power, but political power. And as a voting rights lawyer, it really pains me to say this, but the right to vote that I have spent my career fighting for is just an administrative act if it doesn't mean that the voters are defining the agenda and determining policy outcomes. So this is the open question playing at every level of government. Because if it doesn't matter how popular something is, how loud communities are to change it, if that doesn't matter, then what is democracy? If policy, and to ask anybody, and if you've worked at the local level, at the state level, I know that this is how it is at the federal level, if policy challenges a business interest or market control, there are legions of well-paid lobbyists under the dome who will work hard to kill it. And even when we run the gauntlet and pass good policy, these monopoly interests are relentless. They go to the courts, state courts, and federal courts who have been really helpful to them. And then they come back year after year trying to chip away at the changes we've been able to make. And that is the story you heard Pat eloquently tell about what we have been up against in Minnesota. We worked for years to pass this ban on non-competes. And finally, in 2023, we had a pro-worker DFL majority trifecta. And we passed it, and for 14 months, the law was in place and working. We heard from tech employees coming to Minnesota because they could now go from Medtronic to Ecolab to any number of companies. We heard from people who left to start their own company. And most importantly to me, we heard from women of color in STEM who said, finally, we can move up and move out in order to see the upward trajectory in our careers. And did businesses fail? Did the sky fall, as we heard? Did all of these companies say, who told us they were going to leave the state or move their R&D to Wisconsin? What happened there? Turns out they're doing great too. And this should not shock you if you have heard the chicken little of a lot of these policies before they pass. Business is booming. Corporate profits are amongst the biggest, and they've been in Minnesota amongst our biggest businesses for a while. And high-tech companies like Boston Scientific and Solventum are actually expanding their R&D in our state. So you think that'd be the end of it, but not so fast. So 2024 comes, and in the Minnesota House, we have the unique and unprecedented challenge of a tied House. So that means there's 67 Democrats and 67 Republicans, and the GOP used their 1/6 of governing power to fight like hell to roll back pro-worker, fair economy policies. I will spare you the gory details because in there is also paid family medical leave, earned safe and sick, and a whole set of other things. But as it relates to non-competes, I'll just say that the GOP held up the state budget for weeks. We went into a special session on behalf of this bill that rolled back our ban on non-competes, that was written by the Minnesota Business Partnership, which is the corporate CEO lobby. It was negotiated by the Business Partnership, and it was even presented, shamelessly, I would say, by the Business Partnership in committee. And you don't have to be a legislative wonk to think that is insane. It is insane that any elected official would let the CEO for the biggest corporations in Minnesota present a bill on their behalf. Because what I can tell you about my GOP colleagues is their voters are just as concerned about corporate takeover as my voters are. And so that happened. They fought to give bosses back the power to control their employees through non-competes at the expense of the actual promises to the voters in their district that they made. So what happened? They lost. That's time for applause. They lost because I wasn't elected by the biggest CEOs in Minnesota, and none of us were sent to the Capitol to give them more control over their employees or more power in our economy. And I need to end on a personal note, because after what's happened in Minnesota this terrible, terrible summer, I can't let this moment pass without saying we need the same courage and tenacity to fight the consolidated economic and political power of the gun industry, who has flooded our communities with weapons and our laws with protections for those who supply them. Minnesota has been shattered by the assassination of my friend and my leader, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark, just days after that special session. And just weeks ago, a mass shooting in Annunciation Catholic school killed 2 beautiful kids in my district. We joined communities across the country impacted by this gun violence and these guns, these assault weapons that have shattered the safety of schools and churches, but not just schools and churches, of grocery stores and concerts and movie theaters and workplaces, pretty much everywhere. And in response, many of the families and the public and kids around the state are demanding we take action. Middle schools are marching with signs that say, "Protect kids, not guns." And they are right. Even with this clear public demand to ban these weapons of war, and with the overwhelming public support, we're already being told to give up because we don't have the votes, because the Republicans will choose the gun lobby over the public demand, because it is futile to try. But we must try, because the public is with us. They're with us on banning assault weapons, just like they're with us on banning non-competes, on unrigging our healthcare system, and probably on everything else we are talking about here today. They're with us on all of it. The question is whether we're with them. So that's our work. We must not be deterred by the powerful interests who tell us we don't have the votes, we don't have the majority, we don't have the power. We have to show people that our democracy works for them and not let the corporate bullies prove us wrong. So we have to take on the fights that the public are demanding us to take on, because Chief Justice Brandeis, I wish he was Chief Justice, was right. We must make our choice. We may have democracy or we may have consolidated wealth in the hands of a few, but we cannot have both. We must make our choice. Government by the people. And we have to fight like hell to defend it. Thank you. Oh, sure.
Congratulations again to Representative Greenman. You know when we said at the beginning the momentum's only growing? Yeah, right there. She is leading it and just on fire. So thank you so much. And again, congratulations on our first Economic Liberty Award. Thank you, Representative Greenman. For our second and final award before happy hour, just one more step before happy hour. Those that are in the overflow room, this might be also the time to come back, join us. You don't need to be in a seat. We're here for you. And everyone online, we're still looking out for you. Final award before happy hour. Let's go. Okay. I'm going to bring to the stage Emma Freer, our senior healthcare policy analyst from Economic Liberties, and Jonathan Cantor, who you saw earlier, and he remains a former assistant attorney general for antitrust from the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Freer, and I'm a senior policy analyst for healthcare at Economic Liberties. Earlier this year, we launched Break Up Big Medicine, an initiative with 2 goals. First, to identify the policy choices that have ceded our healthcare system to insurance monopolies that drive prices up, quality down, and independent providers out of business. The second goal is in the name, urging policymakers to break up these big medicine behemoths and restore power over our healthcare system to patients and the professionals who actually care for them. So today, I'm honored to introduce Dr. Elizabeth Potter, a board-certified plastic surgeon and advocate who has stood up to the biggest of big medicine at great personal cost. I first met Dr. Potter in 2023 when I profiled her for a magazine following a big advocacy win. The federal government planned to eliminate billing codes for the microsurgical breast reconstruction technique in which Dr. Potter specializes. Without these codes, cancer patients enrolled in Medicare, Medicaid, and many private health plans would have been forced to choose between an inferior reconstruction technique and paying out of pocket. But because Dr. Potter helped marshal enough opposition, the government reversed course. Here's what she told me at the time. Fighting cancer is financially devastating. If you harm a patient by knowingly inflicting financial distress on them, then you have not lived up to the standard of being a physician who cares for cancer patients. Dr. Potter has always cared deeply for her patients. But since we first met, she's gone viral for it. You may have heard that in January of this year, she was interrupted in the operating room by a call from United Health Group demanding justification for a patient's hospital stay. She posted a video about the experience and, more broadly, the risk of insurers interfering with doctors' medical judgment. A week later, United's law firm demanded she retract the video and apologize. But Dr. Potter refuses to be silenced, even when United has inflicted financial distress on her. After investing her own money and taking out personal loans, she recently opened an outpatient surgery center. But now, United, the largest insurer in the country, is refusing to include the center in its network, freezing out a quarter of her patients and threatening to close the business. We at Economic Liberties are in awe of Dr. Potter's courage in standing up to United. She has inspired countless patients, as well as her fellow physicians and business owners, who often feel powerless in the face of corporate giants. The truth is, we need more people like her if we're going to break up big medicine. So it's fitting that former Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Cantor will present this award. Under his leadership, the Justice Department Antitrust Division launched investigations into United and also sued the company to prevent it from growing even more dominant. Jonathan, over to you.
I'm not really supposed to talk. I just wanted to say a couple things quickly. First of all, real superheroes don't wear capes. They wear stethoscopes. Two, if it's not enough to break up big medicine, it's not enough to fight healthcare monopolies. We need a society where small, independent physician practices can succeed and thrive anywhere in the country. And you're about to meet a real-life American hero. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Elizabeth Potter.
You guys, sit down, sit down. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that was amazing. I feel so fortunate to be here with you guys in this room and to follow you. Congratulations, you're an inspiration. And okay, I'm just gonna let myself settle for a second. It has been a hard year. It has been a hard year. Okay, so thank you, Emma. I've known Emma for several years now, and back when I was asking CMS to do the right thing for patients, she was getting that message out into the public arena, and she made a big difference for my patients and for patients around the country. So thank you for that. Thank you, Jonathan. I can't even, I feel like I'm gonna have to go home and journal about this day because this is the moment I'm having. And Representative Greenman, I appreciate you. I know maybe more than some what it's like to stand up to a challenge when you're standing up in the face of an incredible opposition. I know what it's like to speak out and do the right thing when, everyone around you wants the narrative to be something different. When you try to speak the truth plainly, without embellishment and without elaboration, just sharing the truth of the Americans that you're serving. And there's an establishment trying to tell you to be quiet and to discredit you. But I also know something that you know. I know that deep feeling of resonance when you are squarely in your purpose, when you see the moment and you just simply do what is right. That is what I am depending on now. That is all I have left almost. United has tried to destroy my practice. I am a safety net for women across the country. Princeton educated MD Anderson. I've always done the right thing, taking insurance, doing all of the 500 surgeries for breast reconstruction a year. And if I can't succeed in the current environment of healthcare, then we are in danger. And that is the message I need to share with you. Okay, so I want you to know I'm assuming that each of you knows that the foundation of medicine is being eroded. And I bet that you guys have all had your own personal experiences with that, whether it's you can't get the medication that your doctor prescribed, they want to substitute it with something else, whether it's there's a delay in your surgery because they're going through this pre-authorization process. And by the way, delay is harm in my world. In the world of cancer, 2 weeks matters, right? I know we all have our experiences with this, and I wanted to share just a few specific examples in my practice that are real over the last couple of weeks and months so that you understand what it's like to practice medicine now in 2025. So I would say twice in the last 2 weeks, I have been at the hospital where I operate and had a patient taken to the operating room without my knowledge by not the anesthesiologist, simply by the system rolling forward. So there's maybe 50 cases on the board, and twice in the last 2 weeks, a patient has been taken to the operating room by a nurse and received anesthesia. One of them was intubated before I ever said, you may go to the operating room. And it's simply because there's a quota to meet and everybody's racing to get to the end of the day. So in that instance, a nurse came in the room and said, oh my God, Dr. Potter, they brought your patient in another room because I'm operating, and she's in, they've already brought her to the room. And I said, okay, well, take her back out. And they're like, no, she's intubated, she's asleep. And I said, no, patient safety. I called the CEO of the hospital, and I said, no, I've just started another case. What is going on? And they said, we will counsel the team. We will counsel the team. And I've heard nothing since then. That patient did okay, but she was an elderly woman who got 30 minutes of extra anesthesia because of the quotas, because of the system. I've had, I've had in the last 2 weeks a patient show up to the emergency room with seizures, has breast cancer. Unfortunately, it spread to her central nervous system. She had tissue expanders in place, and I operated a large hospital, and all the records were available for everyone to peruse, to check, but nobody checked. Nobody checked, and they put my patient in an MRI machine. She has metal in her chest, and she's 25 years old, and she said it hurts, and they just kept going. And it ripped the expanders off of her chest wall. And they didn't even know what happened until my team in my independent practice was checking up on our patients the next Monday. And we checked up and we said, oh my, she's in the hospital. And my PA said, Dr. Potter, she had an MRI. And I said, that's impossible. And I called, and yes, she did. And I went and saw her immediately. And yes, she said to me, I told them, she'd had seizures. She told them, I have expanders. And this hurts, and they did it anyway. This is the hospital where they're making me operate, right? So healthcare is not what it used to be. It's insurance care. It's the care that the insurance companies have dictated in our hospitals. I could go on with disturbing examples, I'll give you two more that are very important. I've recently had two patients. The first, a young woman who felt a mass in her breast. She had United Healthcare. Under the guidelines from her policy, she was not able to receive a covered mammogram. And so she trusted the insurance company. And she didn't get her mammogram until that mass was growing. And then she insisted. Instead of trusting the insurance company, she went to her family doctor and said, something's wrong. And they said, you're young, it's probably nothing, but okay, we'll push. And they pushed and they were denied and approved and finally got her the mammogram. And she was diagnosed in her 20s with metastatic breast cancer, not curable. Over a year after she tried to get that mammogram, and insurance prevented her. Last example, I have a patient now who last October felt a mass. She also had United Healthcare. In Austin, Texas, United and the major radiology corporation group were in negotiations. That's nice in business, in negotiations, while people are getting cancer. So she felt a mass, she had United Healthcare, and there was not a single in-network provider for her mammogram. And when she called to inquire, to say, what do I do? They said, well, you can call this other facility or you can pay cash. She didn't understand how important it was to get that mammogram. She called the other facility and they said, we only occasionally have openings on Wednesdays, so why don't you call us every Monday? Call us every Monday and we'll let you know if we have an opening. For 2 months. She calls every Monday. Again, she's diagnosed with breast cancer at the out-of-network facility when there was a facility down the road. But insurance, the network of insurance, prevented her from getting the mammogram that we all knew she needed. That is happening now. By the way, after she was diagnosed, she also found out that there wasn't a breast surgeon or a plastic surgeon in the network of that United plan. So they were selling a product in Texas with an inadequate network. No mammogram facility, no plastic surgeon, no breast surgeon. She switched to a different plan with our help, and we took care of her. Unfortunately, she is also metastatic in her 30s. So delay is harm. I remember growing up, my father was a doctor in Georgia. He literally had a shingle, like literally a shingle. It was like swinging out in the breeze in Augusta, Georgia. He was allergy and internal medicine, double boarded, really smart man. My mom was a nurse. It was our family business. We cut the grass, we emptied the trash, we answered the phones, and we knew that our parents' job was to take care of people. And that's what I wanted to do. And they were such great parents. Like my brother's a surgeon also. We set out to do that thing, right, to take care of folks. And I no longer recognize medicine as the thing that my dad was doing. I no longer recognize it. The balance of power has shifted so dramatically away from taking care of your patients and the care of the healthcare workers, right, towards making money and the fiduciary responsibility to shareholders of the medical industry. So we've lost the feedback loop. This is terrifying to me. We have lost the feedback loop. You can have patients getting worse care and healthcare workers miserable and morally injured and quitting by the droves and not signing up to go to medical school. And yet companies are making billions of dollars. The feedback loop doesn't work anymore. And we have to get order back there. Like this system is going to run completely in that other direction. And I'm afraid that there won't be doctors left like me who remember what it should have been, who remember what it was like to have that card that you could play where you say, I will do the right thing for my patient. Everything else be damned. I don't care about the bills. She will get chemotherapy. We can't do that anymore. Do y'all know that? Doctors are saying, well, it's the system. It's the system. We're throwing up our hands, we're exhausted. And that's because we've lost our voice. So, to speak to Jonathan's point, the model, the answer, really is in supporting the independent physician. In 2011, 75% of physicians were independent. They were not employed by large institutions. Today, 25% are independent. It's completely flipped. Every day, doctors reach out to me and say, Elizabeth, please keep saying what you're saying because I can't say it. I'm not allowed to speak out. If I do, I'll get called before the medical executive committee. I'll lose my privileges at the hospital. I won't be able to earn a living. So by turning over our power to these companies, we've lost the ability to do the right thing for our patients, and we've lost our voice in changing the direction that healthcare's going. So I started my own surgery center as a model, and that's what I'm doing now. I invested all of my savings, and I took out loans to build Redbud Surgery Center to show that you can do complex microsurgical breast reconstruction, really complex things in communities in an independent way. And the companies, the Uniteds, they're fighting me hand and foot. They're trying to prevent me from succeeding. And what I need from all of you is help. I need help for doctors across the United States to have a chance at an independent practice. And there are ways that we can come up with to protect the independent practice of medicine again, to restore that, so that my patients don't have to wait, so that the power is given back to the people who ultimately have that responsibility and oath to do the right thing. So, yeah, I guess I would just leave you with that. I've acted. I've risked everything. I didn't know it in the moment. I didn't. All I knew was I'm supposed to do this. I have to speak the truth and do the right thing. And United has like rained down hell on me. And I have the privilege of feeling that resonance, of feeling like I am in this moment for a reason. And I'm in this room for a reason. And doctors around America, just like me, need all of your help to build back the practice of independent medicine. So thank you for this honor. All right, thanks, guys.
I think it's a theme we've heard throughout the day in a lot of different industries, but particularly in healthcare, it rings home that we are in an existential moment. And though that can be daunting, I am very hopeful because of people like Rep. Greenman and Dr. Potter. And so thank you so much to both of you for sharing your stories and leading in this fight. Okay. I guess it's good we're transitioning to happy hour because that was a lot. But that's what's ahead. We're going outside. There's drinks. There's food, madam. Another fulfillment of promise in the front table. And we're excited for that to all happen. That's it for now. Unfortunately, people online, you cannot join us for happy hour, but do what you will wherever you are. For folks here in DC, tomorrow we will start breakfast at 8:15 a.m. More food. So you got a little antsy, but it was all coming. Yeah, okay. 8:15 breakfast, and then the program will kick off at 9:30 a.m. sharp with keynote remarks from Representative Pramila Jayapal. So don't be late for that. Thank you again. And can keep your badges. I wanted to put a policy in that everyone has to pay $50 if they lose their badge. Nidhi's nicer than I am and said no, but please do keep track of the badge. It's a security thing. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.